sacrificed a few changed, and I was able to see him. So if that provides any comfort.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was able to see it when Supervisor Smitty was talking too, but then it went back to this. So hopefully when somebody else goes on video, it'll be resolved. Thank you.
Did that resolve your issue, James?
It did. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg. Would you like to do a mic check?
Hey, Rhonda, I have a different screen than I usually have.
You know, everybody has been noting that. What we did notice is that when somebody turns on the video, then you get the screen that you are used to.
There you go. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Good afternoon, caller from the 650 number ending in 058. Can you please identify yourself? Good afternoon, Supervisor Chavez. Would you like to do a mic check?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I can hear you and see you. Good afternoon, Emily. Would you like to do a mic check?
Sure. Hello, this is Emily from EMC Research.
Hello, Emily. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Wasserman. Would you like to do a mic check? Oh, I can see
You're
you.
muted. You're muted, Mike.
Oh,
Now I can hear you. Oh, now you muted yourself. There we go.
All right, Mike.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
I don't have any information about, okay.
Rhonda, can you hear me?
I sure can. I was waiting for your mic to come live and then you were there. Can hear you
Okay,
loud and clear. Thank you.
all
Good
right.
afternoon, Mr. Graves. Would you like to do a mic check?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'd be happy to do a mic check.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Cody. Would you like to do a mic check?
Dr. Cody,
Can you hear me?
yes, there you go.
This is Dr. Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
We can hear you.
Rhonda, I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next week, Rhonda, we want everybody to sing their mic check. So you pick the song. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And what I would like to do is just give everybody 1 minute, including any attendees to the meeting, to join us, just to give full disclosure that we're going to be opening the meeting up. And in one minute, I'm going to ask the clerk to call roll. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, then the invocation and public comment. After public comment and before we begin the meeting, I just want to talk a little bit about process. And I recognize I did not know that Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Ellenberg had a committee meeting today. So I'm also sensitive to just that's a lot of meeting. So you let us know when we need breaks. And we're, depending on timing, our meeting is from 1:30 to 4:30, about 4:30. If we think the meeting is going to be longer, I'm going to just take a 15-minute break. I would just ask my colleagues if you think we need a break sooner, just to shoot me a text. All right. With that, may I ask for the roll to be called?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Present. Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian here.
Present. Supervisor Cortese. I do not see or hear Supervisor Cortese at the moment. Vice President Wasserman.
Present.
Present. And President Chavez.
Here.
Present. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask Mike Wasserman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you.
Please stand if you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United
States of America
and
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one nation,
under
under
God,
Under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to ask if our invocator is with us today, and his name is David Dinu, and I'm just looking. I see David. Great. Welcome. David, I'm going to introduce you and then turn the floor over to you. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Good. So providing our invocation today is David Dinu. David is a downtown college prep, El Primero's 2020 valedictorian and a future UCLA student, where he hopes to double major in psychology and computer science. He's explored many different career options through summer activities like Stanford's mock trial program, UC Santa Cruz's science internship program, the Council on International Educational Exchange, and summer language program in Tokyo, Japan. David has participated in his high school track and field team for 2 years in all jumping events, the football team for 2 years as a wide receiver and cornerback. David, congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. So, hello, President Chavez and Honorable Board of Supervisors. Thank you for inviting me to give today's invocation. As we all eagerly wait at home to hear how this pandemic will affect our lives moving forward, you all have been adapting, using new technology, and coming together to sponsor an amazing community of teachers and staff that are doing exceptional work getting students on track and ready for the next steps. I'd like to offer my sincerest thanks and remind you of what you're working for. Decisions made here today will affect countless people, so it's important to act with fairness, to be just, and to be mindful of the differences between us while focusing on what we do have in common. The perseverance of the human spirit is not one easily faltered. Just as we're pushing through the struggles of our current situation, we will push through into brighter days. Thank you.
David, thank you. Eloquent and concise. We really appreciate you being with us, and we wish you all good things and look forward to seeing what amazing work you do in the future. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you.
And if you don't like UCLA, USC is right across the street.
Have a great meeting. Thank you.
Very inspirational. We'll now move to public comments, and these are to speak to items that are not on the agenda or not within the purview of the board today. I'm going to give just a minute more for public comment, and once I stop accepting public comment, I will add no new people. So if you would like to speak under public comment, this is your time to register with us. I'll just give a minute more. Seeing no other public comments, I'm gonna just give it one more minute, because I know sometimes these are, the people fall off and come back on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to public comment. I'm going to allow for 1 minute of public comment. I'm going to ask that the clerk cap public comments at 15 for today. So with that, I'll move to the clerk.
There are currently 12 speakers in the queue.
Thank you. And I'm going to allow for up to 15. And the reason is I know people are falling on and off, and each speaker will get 1 minute.
The first speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Apologies. 1 moment, please.
You will have 1 moment to speak. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Okay, hopefully this worked. All right, let's see that clock movement. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. Out here in the county building hallway right here, I'm kind of brainstorming about my upcoming trial for my megaphone, which will be the third one that I've had to deal with here in Santa Clara County. I want the public to realize that it's probably one of the best opportunities right now to start tearing apart our crooked court system here in Santa Clara County. Our district attorney has spent millions of dollars to prosecute me for standing up for my humanity and fighting for my property and my child. We're going to be going round 3 on this, and this is a waste of taxpayer resources, and the system, like I've said, is rigged. And this goes all the way up to the county counsel, James the Devil Williams. Now, he can play puppet with my legal defense, but it's not going to work. So appreciate all the support, everybody. Stay tuned. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gail Osmer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Gail. I just came back from handing out water and to at least 100, a little bit over 100 unhoused folks. What they would like, if possible, if the county could supply them with some water, ice, to keep the water cool. I don't know if you're opening any cooling centers, but it's real hard for the unhoused folks to, number one, know about the cooling centers because there's nobody out there letting them know, or two, how do they get there? So my question is, if there is somebody that I can connect with getting more water and ice for these people. It's very, very hot out there, as you all know. But these folks need some help, and mainly what they want is water and some ice, so the water would be cold. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Marion Waddell. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Marianne Waddell, and I have been working for the Department of Family and Children's Services as a social worker for the past 6 years. As a steward, negotiator, and the vice chair for the social workers in this county, we understand what it means to make sacrifices. We need support for foster families who take in our many high-risk children that we are having difficulty placing. Our caseloads are already higher than other counties and what is recommended by researchers due to the case requirements and the severe needs of the families in this area, which has only increased due to the impact of COVID-19. There aren't enough social workers and resources to cover the mentally and physically necessary demands involved in social work. An investment in our social services infrastructure will mean less recidivism, and we could start to focus on preventative programs for families and children, which are much less costly. Cuts in services, contract.
The next speaker is Janet Diaz-Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Janet Diaz. I'm a patient business services clerk at VMC and the chapter president for SCIU Local 521. I submitted a petition on behalf of the members with the list of requests we would like the county to consider in relation to how they impact our members as we continue to do our part in this crisis. I specifically want to address personal leave, which expires in June. We are requesting an extension. Comp time expires 1 year from accruing, but also has an accrual cap for dispatch communications. We're requesting an extension and an increased cap. Vacation accruals also has a cap. We are requesting to activate the special bank for overflows so the normal accrual process is not affected. The items I just outlined are simply because at the end of the crisis, our members will deserve to take time off, but if unaddressed, they will lose the time they have earned. Thank you.
The next speaker is Meredith Hurley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Meredith Hurley, and I live in District 4, and I'm a Rapid Response Network responder leader who's been on alerts. Plus, I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. Over 3 years ago, I volunteered to be a trainer as a responder with the Rapid Response Network. And since that time, I've been on many alerts, and I've trained other responders, and have collaborated with other volunteer responders as part of a leader team. I'm consistently proud to be part of a well-trained multiracial group of community members dedicated to making sure the rights of due process are ensured for everyone in Santa Clara County. We all know that our county continues to serve as a model for solidarity throughout the state and the country. We have seen this both with the formation of the network and the current pandemic as we continue to shelter in place. Let's continue to show that we're all in this together by maintaining the funding for this essential emergency service. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paulette Altmaier. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Paulette Altmaier.
Yes, speaking. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, great. As of today, 46 counties, including San Diego and Orange counties, have moved to California's expanded stage 2 with in-store shopping and dine-in. Our health metrics easily qualify us for expanded stage 2, which is vital for our workers and our businesses. But Dr. Cody's sole focus is on keeping us shut, not on reopening. The claim that lives are being saved is false. Studies show that the shutdowns are now causing more years of lost life than the virus. On Saturday, Dr. Fauci reversed himself and agreed. You need to act and contact the governor with urgency to change the situation and move us to expanded stage 2. The governor has always been reasonable when pressed with a strong case. The demonstrated incompetence with testing and contact tracing is a scandal. You need to find someone immediately who will lead this effort with energy and urgency. It is absurd that hiring was started only 3 weeks ago and that we are told we may eventually pay tracers. The time to act is now.
The next speaker is Dave Longcore. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Dave Longcore. I'm an electronic repair technician for Valley Medical Center Facilities, where I've worked for 18 years. I'm also a chapter vice president of STIU 521. I urge you to fund the frontline workers in a way you do not cut our regular staff or long-term union positions that are essential to our community's recovery. We need more than words of recognition for workers who lead the fight against COVID-19 and will need to deal with this aftermath. We need to invest in our workers by giving the essential tools and suitable infrastructure. I'm very concerned on how the county spends the money on contracting out services, repairs, and improvements to our systems. The county's approved work outsourced for 2 to 3 times the amount per employee and for twice as many workers. I'm asking you to be innovative and forward-thinking and consider the employees and not wait until there's a serious emergency. Thank you.
The next speaker is Caitlin Neiman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, my name is Caitlin Nyman. I live in District 1. I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart Community Service, and I'm also a trained volunteer with the county's Rapid Response Network. I just want to echo what Meredith Hurley mentioned earlier. I understand that the county is having to face some financial cuts going into next year as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would encourage the supervisors to keep funding for the Rapid Response Network at its current level. The network does a lot to support some of our most vulnerable residents who have been excluded from federal stimulus programs and are some of the most adversely affected by the current pandemic. We have about 120,000 undocumented neighbors in our county. I think it's really important that we send a clear message to them that we want to protect their safety and keep them out of unnecessary detention. Thank you so much and have a good one.
The next speaker is Lauren Renaud. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lauren Renaud. I live in Willow Glen. I'm also with Showing Up for Racial Justice and also a trained rapid responder. I have been on calls where people are scared to go outside their house because they've noticed ICE is in the area, and we've gone back to their house, hours later to escort them when they needed to go somewhere. And that fear does not go away because a new crisis is here. And in fact, it's more concerning because we've seen the conditions in detention centers it's a public health crisis to have the possibility of somebody ending up in a detention center. RRN is an emergency service, and we don't want to remove this support from our most vulnerable residents right now. We know this is a priority for all residents of the county, as more than 1,500 volunteers have been trained as responders and stand with immigrant neighbors in solidarity. The Rapid Response Network is a model for communities and communities and counties across the nation. And I really encourage you to continue that leadership and preserve funding for the Rapid Response Network into the budget for the next year. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Mike, we're having trouble hearing you. Mike, I can see that you're unmuted, but we are not able to hear you currently.
Maybe come back.
Okay, we will come back to Mike. The next speaker will be Catherine Hedges. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I am also a member of the Rapid Response Network and support funding for the next fiscal year. I'm also concerned that utilization of Project Room Key is still ridiculously low. I'm very concerned about the unhoused residents who are stuck outdoors in the heat during heat advisories and don't have sources of cold beverages throughout the day or shelter from the heat. And I'm also very concerned that Abode Services has pretty much abandoned its tenants in supportive housing. We haven't had a worker in our building since late February before the shelter in place, and the residents don't have support for their problems, and our building is just turning into chaos of drug dealing and constant drug traffic. County needs to do something about it. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Kim Guptill. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello. My name is Kim Guptill, and I'm also a trained responder, a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, and have been on at least a dozen calls for help for our immigrant community. The Rapid Response Network in Santa Clara County is dedicated to making our community a safe place where all residents, regardless of background, can live free of fear. Locally, the RRN is the most reliable source for our immigrant community and when they need assistance in dealing with or being targeted by ICE. We are an integral part of the immigrant community because we've worked tirelessly to gain the trust of those targeted by ICE. These are people who live in fear on a scale unimaginable to most of us. These are people who come to the United States for opportunity, just as most of our ancestors did. They deserve everything we deserve. As you know, the immigrant community has been hit hardest by the COVID-19 virus in both physical and economic ways. Now is not the time to abandon them. A vibrant Rapid Response Network reassures community members that someone has their back. It's our moral duty to defend the most vulnerable against us. I urge you to preserve funding for the Rapid Response Network as you make very difficult decisions for the budget in the coming year.
The next speaker is Karina Vasquez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Karina Vasquez and I am part of the Rapid Response Network. I urge you to preserve funding for the Rapid Response Network as you make difficult decisions for the budget this coming year. Rapid Response Network is an emergency service. To remove support from the network would harm our most vulnerable residents. Please continue to support the Rapid Response Network. Thank you.
The next speaker is Samsung, ending in N950U. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Carmela DeSopa. I've been working for the County of Santa Clara as a revenue collections officer for the past 20 years. I am urging you to invest in your frontline workers and their union, SEIU 521. Can you imagine weathering through a second wave of COVID-19 without them? 1 week ago, Asian countries started reporting a second wave emerging. And where do you think that second wave from Asia would hit the United States? More than likely the West Coast. Cuts in services, layoffs, and slashing of benefits are not the answer. We need to protect all jobs, not add to the unemployment numbers, and cutting services. Funding the front lines is essential. The county must take every possible.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Wesley Mukayama.
Wesley, I am unmuting you. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Wes Mukayama. I'm on the Behavioral Health Board and been on the Behavioral Health Board for more than 35 years, off and on. I'm concerned about Mental Health Services Act proposals that the Behavioral Health has submitted. I was the only one that said no to submitting it because I'm concerned none of the proposals have COVID-19 issues in them, and the Mental Health Services Coalition of the state has asked the state to extend the deadline, which is June 3rd. We would like you to ask the question to behavioral health. What can we do to bring in COVID-19, collaborating with public health and other agencies in the county? I'm very concerned that we haven't been able to do that and won't start until next year.
Thank you. So with that, I want to thank all our public speakers and our clerk for assisting all of them to be heard. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to the consent calendar. On our consent calendar, we only have one item, and that's item 12. And what I wanted to ask staff is whether or not we could take action on this item if I could get feedback from the staff on this. This is the adopt an urgency ordinance that Supervisor Smitty and I brought forward. And James, is this an item we can take action on today?
Yes, we're still waiting to see what the governor does with the executive order, but we've worded the ordinance in a manner that allows it to be acted on today in the hopes that there is something that happens from the gubernatorial level between now and May 31st. If there isn't, we will be able to return subsequently with some smaller version of what we might still be able to move forward with that doesn't have preemption issues from the state. There are some pieces of it that we might still be able to move forward with, but not the entirety of the ordinance as currently in place.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go to the co-author of the memorandum, Supervisor Simidian, for your thoughts and then action back to the board.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move the item, and I think with perhaps two clarifications or directions. One is the one that was referenced by Mr. Williams, which is just that if the governor does not extend his executive order, it is my understanding, and Mr. Williams can confirm again, that he could, and I would ask that we direct him to bring back the elements of the moratorium that we still can extend, including the residential eviction moratorium, for our board to extend at the earliest opportunity, as I say, if the governor does not move forward with a further extension. The other issue that has been a subject of public discussion is we've heard from both folks at the Law Foundation and the California Apartment Association, and also from just members of the public generally, that the 120-day period that is currently contained in our ordinance for folks to pay back rent, since the moratorium does not forgive rent payment, it simply allows folks to defer it without eviction, that 120 days may not be long enough in many instances given the accumulation of rent over time. And I believe there is legislation that is either in the works or already pending to provide for a 1-year repayment period, but with quarterly partial payments, as I understand it. But regardless of the details, the second piece would be that we ask Mr. Williams and his team to come back with language that provides for greater flexibility and perhaps greater duration in rent repayment. I do think it's instructive that you have folks from both the landlord and tenant communities who think that that may be a more practicable and realistic approach than having everything come due within 120 days. So forgive me, I know that was a long-winded way to make a motion, but I thought those two items did need to be the subject of direction, and I'll move approval with those two items for direction.
So Supervisor Simidian, I'm gonna thank you for moving approval. I will second the motion. I do want to ask if you can just explain again what will come back to the board, and not explain it, but just put it in the form that the staff can easily move on that.
I think I would put it this way. If we have direction from, if we have authorization from Sacramento, the item would come back fully exercising that authorization. That's option one. And option two, the fallback would be if we don't get that authorization, that our county council come back to us with an extension to the fullest degree allowable, notwithstanding the absence of an authorization. And my understanding is we can, in fact, take some of this action without that gubernatorial action. And number three, to direct staff to come back to us with options for consideration regarding the repayment period after consultation with interested stakeholders, including but not limited to the Law Foundation and the California Apartment Association.
Perfect. Everybody understand that? We have a motion and a second. We have a number of speakers on the motion. I'm gonna, each speaker will get 1 minute. We have 5 speakers on this item. And I'm gonna ask staff if they can begin.
Sorry, Supervisor Chavez, do we need any formal thing first to take this off of the consent calendar since we're barely discussing it? Which I'm happy to do.
I don't think so. We can take
action. Just talk about it on consent. Great. Thank you for clarifying.
So we're gonna, if the staff could call on the speakers.
The first speaker is Catherine Hedges. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of PACT, People Acting Community Together. And we urge the county to adopt similar terms for the term and repayment, the term of the eviction moratorium and repayment of back rent as the city of San Jose. We understand that the city and county are uncomfortable adopting any kind of rent forgiveness, but at the very least, it seems that the county could follow the lead of the city of San Jose for the terms of moratorium and repayment. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Wesley Mukayama. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking. Wesley, go ahead.
It appears that he's on mute on our side.
Okay, we'll come back to Wesley. The next speaker will be Anil Babar. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I wanted to address the issue with repayment. We worked very closely with the city of San Jose and the mayor's office in that city to determine a way where we can both ensure that property owners are getting their rent, but also the tenants have the adequate time to pay it. So we appreciate the opportunity to work with the county on developing a ordinance that will benefit all of the county. Furthermore, we've expressed this in a previous county meeting, but we still want to recircle back on the notion of exempting cities who have a pre-existing moratorium of sorts from the county's ordinance. It would allow for those cities to have greater flexibility and be more nimble to address their specific concerns with their ordinances rather than having to have the county amended to respond to the specifics.
The next speaker will be Mitch Mencken. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm speaking on behalf of SB at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. I'll be brief as more details are in our letter. We want to thank you for extending the moratorium and recommend 2 modifications because the details are important. We recommend you decouple the moratorium from the state declaration of emergency. Linking the moratorium to the local emergency will make sure that protections do not lapse if the governor doesn't extend, and the county has local emergency authority. Secondly, please extend the repayment period to 1 year as Supervisors submitted and recommended. But the thing I really want to talk about today is actually the importance of publicizing this action before the 1st. Landlords and tenants can't wait 10 days to hear about the details of what's passed today. In late March, we did a web event and circulated a video with Supervisor Cortese and the Law Foundation, but we all need the county to lead on this issue and proactively get information about this action out to cities and out to residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Trujillo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Trujillo and I'm a staff attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I'd like to thank Santa Clara County for tremendous leadership in passing in a strong eviction moratorium to keep tenants housed during the COVID-19 public health crisis. This protection is the only thing keeping many families in Santa Clara County in their homes during this unprecedented pandemic, because many cities have not taken up the invitation to pass an eviction moratorium. We also want to thank Supervisor Simidian for the motion he made today to extend the county's eviction moratorium to the greatest extent possible. As you know, Santa Clara County has been slower to reopen than many other places in the state, and tenants haven't had a chance to earn an income that would allow them to resume their normal rent payments on June 1st. We also appreciate the invitation to work with the county on crafting a solution for a longer repayment period. I look forward to doing that, as well as additional outreach on the eviction moratorium with the county. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeff Zell. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Jeff Zell. I own and manage a bunch of property here in San Jose, actually in the county. I want to actually follow up. I'm okay with the 1 year repayment plan. I think that's actually somewhat reasonable. I will say, though, that the length of time you're going on the eviction moratorium, these tenants are going to basically dig themselves a hole unless you put them back to work, and it creates a lot of uncertainty. I know we basically are not looking at, we're not renting any units right now because we don't know what the county's doing, and we're not and we're not negotiating or doing a lot of things because we're waiting to make sure that we have some firm dates and see what's going on. So my suggestion is get people back to work, stop playing with these dates, and let's make things happen. That's it.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott Largent. You know, of course, I fully support the rent moratorium. The reason I'm commenting about this item, the people right now that were, let's say, between housing, or they were living out of a survival unit, like a storage unit, or they were in a car. It's kind of the domino effect past that. I know we're protecting people that are currently living or leasing locations. I really worry about what we're doing for the other people that are just falling through the cracks right now. I live in your parking lot, okay, across from the county building right now. I live in a van that I was able to obtain to survive right now. I stay there because it's safe, it's well lit. It's a nice environment for me. I cannot go to other locations where motorhomes are at, where cars are at, because I'm in recovery. I worry that we don't think about that right now and we throw everybody into one melting pot. And I think we need to get creative, very creative. Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Andrews. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Teresa Andrews, and I've been working for the County of Santa Clara as a telecommunications technician for over 22 years. I'm also am a steward and a negotiator, and a SEIU member for all my 22 years. Funding the front lines is essential to our recovery, and it means more than words of recognition for the workers that have led the fight against COVID-19. I asked the Board of Supervisors to take the necessary steps to partner with our union, SEIU 521, to advocate for state and federal relief to minimize shortfalls, avoid furloughs and layoffs. I urge you instead to invest in me and my coworkers. If you invest in working families with quality jobs, we will spend money in local businesses. Our economy will expand and we will generate tax dollars for vital services. This is known as the bubble up economics and will put the county on a faster, more equitable path to recovery. Thank you.
Our last speaker on this item will be Wesley.
Wesley, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Wesley.
It looks like we have him.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Wesley. This is on item 12.
Okay. I don't seem to have that, but I gotta get it. Yeah. Okay, so I don't have it in front of me, and I looked at it, but what are you referring to? I had to make a phone call just now.
Wesley, are you calling in to talk about the moratorium on evictions?
No, I didn't say
Okay.
so, but I would hope that you continue the moratorium.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all our speakers on this item. I'm going to move back to the board. We have a motion and a second on the consent calendar, which is only this single item with some changes made to it. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I'll start with Dave. Susan?
Yes.
Dave.
Yes, I realize it's a consent item, so I'll just ask for this in terms of information to come back with the rest of the information. So we've seen some evidence of collection activities that have continued separate and apart from the eviction remedy itself. And based on my questions to council the last time this came up, when we enacted the moratorium, it was clear to me that that's still allowed under this ordinance, judicial remedies, the ability for a landlord to hire counsel and just simply go for a straight breach of contract or breach of lease judgment, which obviously puts the same tenant under a tremendous amount of pressure. The possibility of wage garnishments and other remedies, judicial remedies that would come out of that. So I would just like to have counsel. I don't know where we should be on that. I understand there's some counties that essentially have precluded both evictions and all judicial remedies in the case of what would otherwise be actions taken during this period of COVID. I would just like to have counsel give us in whatever form necessary. I would assume that would be initially a privileged legal memo, what we can and cannot do in that regard, and whether or not it is an issue.
Okay. James, you're okay with that? You understand that?
Yes, we'll be happy to prepare a memo.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other comments or questions, this was our consent item.
Supervisor, excuse the interruption.
Go ahead. You've interrupted.
Thank you. I do think for clarity's sake, and I appreciate you trying to get me more precise a little earlier, there is an issue here, which is I want to just have a little back and forth with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, based on the motion as made, is there a possibility of a gap? Or do you understand the motion, which was my intent, but I'm not sure I expressed it clearly, to go ahead and essentially extend that portion of to delegate authority, Madam Chair, specifically to extend that portion of the ordinance, which is viable even in the absence of action by the governor. I do think the concern that was expressed earlier about a gap is a legitimate one, just as a matter of process and timing.
And Supervisor, you exactly said that. So you said that earlier. James, is that amenable to you and possible?
So today's action will move the existing ordinance forward, assuming that the governor does take some action. We will be prepared to bring to the meeting on the 2nd whatever pieces, in the event that the governor doesn't make an extension, that can move forward. Their judicial council action and other gubernatorial action prevents the filing of unlawful detainer actions at this time as well. So that's a good additional measure too. But the board does have to itself adopt the ordinance. The actual ordinance adoption itself can't be delegated.
So does that mean there is the potential for one day of mischief on June the 1st before a 4/5 majority of our board could take action?
I don't actually think so, because the Judicial Council and other statewide actions prevent anybody from doing anything on the 1st that would have any effect. And we can come back with that ordinance on the 2nd and have it fill that gap. So it's not like nobody's going to be able to be evicted on the 1st itself, is my point.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's important that we are absolutely rock solid on this one. Thank you.
So thank you. We have a motion and we have a second, and then we had an additional request from Supervisor Cortese for more information. And Supervisor Ellenberg tried to help me not leave this on consent since it became a regular item anyway, but it just went first. So no problem there. Thank you, Susan. So we have a motion and a second. We've had public comment. If there is no other comments on the motion, I will ask the clerk to take roll.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I do think that was an important discussion to have. We're going to now go to item 6, and this is to receive a report from the Public Health Officer and Administration relating to the current status of COVID-19. I just wanted to talk to my colleagues a little bit about the agenda today. Then we have 2 board referrals. Then we're going to go to the budget, and then we're not going to do anything else because then we've already done everything we're supposed to. What I'd like to do is for item 6 to ask my colleagues if we could do our first round of questions as they are necessary, whatever questions you have, in 10-minute increments. We'll swap if people didn't finish. We won't leave an item. I don't want to cut anybody off, but I do know that that we're going to really need to get to the budget, which is at the end of the meeting. So I'm just trying to be mindful of time. So we'll do 10-minute questioning increments, and then if we need to come back, any board member can ask to come back. Is that all right with everyone? I'm not trying to cut debate. I just want to keep it flowing. Okay. All right. So if we could have the staff come forward with their presentation on item 6. And I have one request as they begin, which is if the staff, as part of their presentation, could make sure that they lay out everything that will be discussed under this item as they start, and mostly so that myself and my colleagues are able to just keep pace. So I will turn this portion over to Dr. Smith to begin the conversation.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I will start off the discussion. This report back to the board about COVID from administration and the public health officer is quite extensive. We will be discussing testing, tracing, isolation and quarantine, congregate care issues, PPE issues, and finance issues, as well as a report from Dr. Cody. But we would like to start with a presentation regarding a survey that was done in order to forward our communication program. We felt strongly that we needed to get an understanding of the community and their response and feelings about the COVID crisis and the shelter in place. So we commissioned EMC to do a survey, and I'll turn it over to David Campos to give more information about the survey, and then we will have EMC do a presentation with a PowerPoint. So David.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, President Chavez, supervisors. Our experience with the Census 2020 has given us the knowledge that to fully understand the impact that something has on a community, that you have to hear directly from community. And that's what we did in the census, where after a very a competitive search, we hired EMC to conduct a study of how residents of the county felt about the census. And using that same approach, we wanted to hear directly from residents of the county on how COVID-19 was impacting them, what the challenges were. And especially with respect to the diverse communities of the county, we knew that an event as critical and as significant as COVID-19 had the potential to impact different communities differently, which is why this survey was conducted in multiple languages. In fact, 4 languages were conducted, and in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. And EMC had been selected through the process of looking at the right partner in the census. Our experience was very positive, and it is for that reason that we thought it was prudent to go with them. And with that, I will turn it over to Ruth Bernstein from EMC.
Thank you very much. Hello, all. I'm going to walk you through the results really quickly of this poll. You should have the slides up in front of you. Oh, someone else is going to have to go to the next page for me. Okay, great. So as David said, that we conducted this poll. It was very recent. We just about 10 days ago fielded this survey. It was randomly selected county residents We used a variety of different methods so that we could really make sure that we reach people where they are. So we did telephone interviewing with landlines and mobile phones, and also email and texting to web to have people participate in the survey. It was conducted very quickly over the period of May 14th to May 18th. That was week 8, as you remember. And as I said, it was not quite 2 weeks ago, and we have 1,000 interviews overall. So if you go to the next slide, what we found, I'll take you through the numbers, but really high level here. What we're seeing is that the residents in the county, and we're seeing this in our other polling as well, are really paying very close attention to this news. They are continuing, so they're really very aware of it, and they're continuing to prioritize public health and stopping the spread of disease when they are thinking about this. What they report when we ask, they're reporting that they're only making essential trips out of their house and that they are wearing face masks. Only a handful said that they're doing their normal activities, and almost everyone says anyway that they're wearing face masks. There is pretty significant concern about the economic impact, mental health impact, also impact on children's education. We'll show you some of those numbers. And not everyone is being impacted equally. We're seeing disadvantaged populations are really taking kind of the disproportionate amount of the burden here, as we could expect, but we'll see that in the numbers. And then the big takeaway here we found is that there's really a lot of concern about a second wave. When we talk about and communicate about a slow and cautious approach that protects against a second wave, and that it really is testing and all that really resonates. So let's go to the next slide. I'll take it into the numbers, and of course I can answer questions after. So we asked, what's the most important problem facing Santa Clara County today? No big surprise here, coronavirus, 43% mentioning that, 10% the economy, 10% affordable housing, 10% of homelessness. We are seeing other polling, even just from a few weeks earlier, still housing and homelessness coming up as the #1 response. So we're starting to see a shift now away from other issues toward coronavirus. On the next page, though, when we ask specifically, what's the most important problem for you and your family, we see finances comes through quite to many. 23% saying finances, finances or unemployment, 22% coronavirus, housing or cost of living, 14%, and 7% mentioning isolation, mental health, schools, healthcare, health insurance. So you can see that generally a lot of concern here among residents on the kind of the finances side. On the next page, as I mentioned, many people are following the news very closely. 69% say that they are following news about coronavirus, at 69% very closely, 27% somewhat closely. This is just so you know, this is incredibly high. If we asked people like right before an election, how close are you following news about the election, it is not this high. So people are very captured. Of course, they're stuck at home, but they're really following this a lot. On the next page, so as I mentioned, that on the left there, we asked a question about their current behavior. So for the last 7 days, have you been not leaving your house at all, staying home as much as possible, only doing essential trips, doing normal activities, or working at an essential job? You can see at the bottom there, 15% say that they are working at an essential job outside their home, only 7% their normal activities, 9% staying home, and 68% saying that they're really only going out for essential trips. And then on the right, 77% saying that they're wearing a face mask or covering every time that they go out, and that they are unable to maintain a safe distance. So again, it may be that people know what the right response here, but the vast majority are understanding what they're supposed to be doing and say that they are doing it. On the next page, so we've got here a long list. There's 2 pages here, a number of issues, and we said, how much of a concern is this for you personally? These were randomized, and then now we're showing them to you ranked by the highest percentage of concern. And the top one is the second wave. So a second wave of COVID-19 happening later this year, 45% extremely concerned, 73% of all residents are at least somewhat concerned. Then not being able to see friends and family, you or someone in your household becoming infected, 54% concerned, 31% very concerned. And then your physical health, your physical safety, and then having your hours or pay cut or losing your job or not being able to find work, 41% concerned about that, 25% very concerned. So a quarter of the population very concerned about their job status. And then mental health, going to work outside your home. You can see now it is not a majority of the population, but certainly a significant number of people are at least somewhat, and then some are very concerned. On the next page, some of the other issues, again, you can see there's a percentage here. You know, using a face mask doesn't seem like some are definitely concerned about it. Paying rent or mortgage, keeping up with my children's learning, losing health insurance, your ability to get basic necessities, living conditions, access to mental health services, and then we'll show you the child care and education. I'll show you in another slide among parents how the response is. So in the next page, so this question about how much of a concern is a second wave of happening later this year, we did just want to show you that it is pretty widespread. So this is the average score on the 1 to 7 before I showed you the total concern. This is the average score, so you can see the difference by different populations. You can see here pretty widespread, younger residents, older residents, regardless of household size, ethnic size, pretty similar on concern. A lot of people are concerned about a second wave. Women are a little more concerned about it than men. On the next page, and then how much of a concern is someone in your household becoming infected with COVID-19? As we see here, women more concerned than men. As we saw in the previous slide, they're more concerned about a second wave. We've been seeing in our polling overall that women seem to be more concerned generally about the spread or getting sick. And then larger household sizes. So those who have 5 or more people in their household, on average, more concerned than those in smaller households. And then Latinx community more concerned than others on this about someone getting infected. On the next page, and then where we're seeing a real difference is in the economic impact. So how much of a concern is losing your job or not being able to find a job? If for those that are currently commuting to their workplace, so they are going to a job outside their home, much higher level of concern compared to those that are able to work from home. Latinx residents, much higher average concern of 4.35 on an average scale, compared with those who self-report that they're white or Caucasian, only 3.76 on an average scale. And then other socioeconomic factor, education. So those that are college educated, only 3.87 on the concern scale versus not college educated, 4.52. Much higher concern among those that are socioeconomically more disadvantaged in this community. And this is the question about losing your job. This is also true. We're seeing the same differences on being able to pay your rent or mortgage, worrying about getting your hours cut. On the next page, I mentioned these are the numbers among those that have children at home. So 45% of county residents in our poll have children under the age of 18 in their home. Among that group, 1 out of 3 are concerned about access to childcare, so a third. 57% are concerned about keeping up with their child or children's distance learning, and half of all those that have kids are concerned about losing their job or not being able to find a job. Moving to the next slide, we did ask what we call a forced choice and said, as of right now, are you more concerned about public health or the economy? This is a question that's been asked in other parts of the country, so we mimicked the same the question wording. And we see here 59% say public health compared with 39% the economy. So overwhelming majority here on the public health side. And then on the next page, we asked, On a scale from 1 to 7, where 1 is strongly disagree, 7 is strongly agree, what do you agree or disagree? We need to stay focused on stopping the spread of COVID-19, regardless of what it takes. You can see here, 67%, 2/3 agree with that statement, 25% disagree, and the intensity, rated as a 7, a strongly agree, 40% strongly agree we need to stay focused on stopping the spread, compared to 14% strongly disagree. So overwhelmingly, the feeling here is that we need to keep working on stopping the spread of disease. On the next page, we did give some additional information, sort of communications, to see, what type of information really responds and what residents want to hear. And you can see quite a number of these are compelling. The pandemic is still ongoing. Outbreaks will continue, especially among vulnerable populations. We must put protections in place to stop outbreaks in nursing homes and among homeless people and other vulnerable populations, and have support available for those who are isolated. So making sure that we have controls in place as we reopen and protect those is very strong. It's a new virus. Few have been infected. There's no vaccine yet. A second wave. It's not a question of when. It's a question of when, not if. We need to have protections in place. So again, that whole message around the second wave, or this isn't over, and that we need to be slow and cautious, really resonates. We need to conduct extensive testing. We need to have systems in place to do that. That we need to make sure that people's privacy is protected, they have the support they need to self-isolate, and that parents won't be able to fully return to work until school and childcare is available. We need rules and systems in place so they can safely reopen. Sheltering has not been that hard for many of us who can work from home comfortably, or they're retired, but among those that have crowded homes, unsafe living, this has been a real crisis. We need to consider them as we move forward. So you can see a lot of the kind of information and concerns here, kind of some common themes throughout the survey. On the next page, I think that might, the last, we did want to show you, we asked at the beginning of the survey, this question we've been asking in the county in surveys throughout the county for many, many years. Are things going in the right direction, or are they off on the wrong track? 71% right now say that the county is headed in the right direction. Only 26% say we are off on the wrong track. You can see in front of you how that compares over time. We've had fluctuation, but right now people are feeling extremely positive. We are seeing this in other polling throughout the state as well. But we feel like residents are really giving they're saying that we've come together. We're working hard. We've done this together. We're listening to our leadership, and we're heading in the right direction toward getting past this. And then I think, go to the next page. I think that's the end. So I can answer any questions, or we can hold questions till the end of the item.
I'm going to hold all questions till the end. We're going to get through all the COVID stuff, and I'm just going to ask my colleagues to write their questions down, and we'll get to them. All right. Thank you very much for being with us, Ruth, and for that information. Dr. Smith?
Yes, thank you, Ruth. Now we're going to have our status update from Dr. Sarah Cody, and after she's done, we'll go on to the rest of the agenda.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and supervisors. I'm going to just make some opening comments, and then we'll go to the rest of the presentation on the details. So we are in a crucial and uniquely difficult phase of our response to COVID-19. This phase is crucial because together we've achieved truly remarkable results here in our county, where we have saved countless lives and avoided many, many harms. But this phase is especially difficult because we are all very eager to resume some sense of normalcy. We all want to reopen our economy, get back to our lives, get back to work, send our kids to school, visit our extended families, host parties, have celebrations, and put this behind us as some sort of a strange, long, and very bad dream. But the truth is, we are in the greatest global crisis since the Second World War, And all of the choices before us here in our county and everywhere are extraordinarily difficult. So we want to be able to reopen safely. And I want that too. I want it for everybody and for myself, as well as my own family. So I want to begin by sharing my goals and framework for how we proceed in this next phase. So first, we seek to minimize deaths, illnesses, and health harms from COVID. Second, we seek to minimize broader health harms for all aspects of society, and particularly the most vulnerable in our community who already face disproportionate health risks and harms. And equally importantly, we seek to support social and economic recovery, but this can only happen if people feel safe in engaging in activities and commerce because they are actually safe. And they can only be safe if we are proceeding in a thoughtful and careful manner. Lives versus livelihoods is a false choice. We all want our family and friends and community to be alive and for that life to be as fulfilling and complete as possible. And this is not new to us in public health. It's our core work. In seeking to achieve these goals, we do not, of course, work on a blank slate, and quite the contrary, we're working to protect the health and well-being of residents in an increasingly and extraordinarily complex environment. So since the state ordered its statewide shelter order several days after our Bay Area orders way back when in mid-March, we have been operating within this dual order framework. And whenever there's a difference between the state order and the county order, of course, the stricter of the two controls. So while this hasn't been perfect or simple, this had been relatively straightforward until early May with the state's resilience roadmap. And since that time, the state has shifted away from the stay-at-home model and has made significant modifications with increasing frequency, the last of which was announced after this board meeting got underway. The pace at which the state has made these modifications is concerning to me. We can't see the effect of any of these changes, the effect on COVID, for at least 14 days, an incubation period, and 21 days is even better. So the state modifications are being made without a real understanding of the consequences of what the last move has been, and with the possibly serious effects for health and possibly serious risk of an exponential growth in cases, and therefore a risk to social and economic well-being. So yesterday's actions were particularly concerning. This announcement to authorize county health officers to allow religious, cultural, and political gatherings of 100 people poses a very serious risk of the spread of COVID-19 based on probability alone. Such a large number of people also exceeds similar actions, such as 10 people limit in New York, 25-person limit in New Jersey. So gatherings are, of course, profoundly and personally important to all of us, but our ability to contain the virus from spreading if there's one COVID positive individual at such a large event is quite limited, and it would rapidly exceed even our current ambitious and unprecedented effort to establish a large case investigation and contact tracing workforce here and elsewhere throughout the state. In our county, and largely in alignment with the Bay Area region, we have chosen a different approach, and we've been doing this for several reasons. First, making changes too frequently leaves us blind. We can't see the effect of what we just did. Second, making changes too rapidly doesn't allow for implementation of the actual protocols and steps needed to make the activities safe. Third, we believe that our social and economic well-being are best served by a more phased approach that allows activities to resume in a manner that allows people to actually be relatively safe while engaging in the newly opened activity. Fourth, we're committed to containing the virus.
We will try to identify cases and prevent additional spread. And finally, and this is very important, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic is exposing and magnifying pre-existing inequities that influence who gets sick and how they get sick. The most impacted communities are those who are most affected by poverty and overcrowded housing, who work primarily low-wage service jobs, and who are most frequently communities of color. We know we cannot protect people who are most vulnerable without ensuring that the overall community transmission is as low as humanly possible. We also know that we are not an island, and so we'll continue to work as much as possible in collaboration with the rest of the Bay Area and as much as possible in alignment with the state. And I anticipate that if our overall rate of transmission remains stable, we will be able to continue to ease our restrictions and safely reopen activities on a regular cadence with at least an incubation period in between each phase. We've been grappling with COVID for 4 months now, 7 days a week. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has been working without holidays or breaks for 17 weeks now, long before we began to shelter in place, to keep our communities safe. So to those in my home department, the public health department, to everyone in our EOC, and to all county employees and community partners who have been working so hard for so long, thank you for your partnership and support, and thank you for the work that you will continue to do for all of us in our community. So next, you're going to hear from many members of our broad-based effort who will provide details on the strategies and tactics to prevent COVID, including testing, case investigation and contact tracing, isolation and quarantine, protecting congregate care settings, and securing personal protective equipment. And each strand of this work has been absolutely extraordinary, and I'm enormously proud of the leadership that everyone has shown and the many, many hurdles that each person has surmounted in all of this work. So of course, there is a lot more to do. We don't know what we don't know, but what we do know is that we're going to be at this for a very long time, both as a county and as a community. But I have to say, there is no place I would rather be than right here in our county as we do our part to address this global pandemic. And I hope that you all share my confidence that ultimately we will emerge stronger together. So I'm going to now pass it back to Dr. Smith, who's going to be the MC essentially for the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. Now I will turn it over to Marty Finsterscheib, Dr. Finsterscheib, and Key Lee, who are spearheading our testing initiative. And I think they have some really good news for us. Marty, you're on.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, President Chavez and board. And I'm very happy to be back with the county, helping out in any way that I can. I've been asked to basically guide a testing task force, and we've been at it for just over 2 weeks now with some incredible results. And I would also like to thank the testing task force, again, a small group, but a mighty team, for all of their efforts. It's also been very encouraging to have such support within the community in our efforts to increase testing. Again, testing has been done since the very beginning, but we really have moved the testing needle much further ahead now in the last couple of weeks to really make it more available, and especially available in areas which are of highest risk and with most of the vulnerable population. We're not quite where we need to be, but we're moving there. The testing and testing capacity and demand are definitely on track to increase, and that will happen dramatically over the next couple weeks. Specifically, we now have 46 test sites around the county, we have especially targeted testing areas in the highest risk and vulnerable populations. And those are the places, as Dr. Cody was mentioning, where we are most likely to see new cases as the shelter-in-place order is eased over time. These are the people, as she mentioned, that are low wage earners working in service capacities all over the county. And these people are living especially in our areas of East San Jose, areas in Gilroy, and areas of Mountain View. The people who are guided by our web portal can find the nearest site, and we have put that up recently and have a short way of getting there by just going to sccfreetest.org, sccfreetest.org, or if there's no internet access, we've made information available on the 211 information line so that if somebody needs to know where to test, they can call the information line and ask for the nearest testing site. Testing also has become easier through the use of a self-administered nasal swab in many cases, and I've actually demonstrated that on some of the press conferences and on some of the Facebook Lives. So that's making it easier for people to comply. Specifically though, I want to mention a few areas where we are increasing our testing. I do want to say that the health and hospital system alone has stepped up to significantly increase access to testing. And I'll give a few examples. VMC's 4 drive-through sites have now expanded to 7 days a week and expanded their hours. In addition to the testing that is already available at the 3 hospitals, the clinics, and also a great number of people that have been tested, healthcare workers, through the employee health system. In addition, the community health partnership clinics are in the process currently of expanding their testing to members and even beyond. And again, we are working with them to help make sure that they have the necessary supplies that they need and working closely with them, again, to expand testing. The VMC mobile clinic has already visited a couple very key areas. East San Jose at the Tropicana Shopping Center was visited this past week, and they will be there again on Friday. Again, people were there ahead of that clinic, providing basically boots on the ground, providing information to local store owners and to the community and places where people shop and work to get the word out in appropriate languages. And yesterday in Mountain View, the mobile clinic did a whopping 491 tests in Mountain View alone in one day, which was actually the first day of their operation. So a shout out to them. Testing is also being performed in congregate care settings. Jail inmates are being quarantined for 14 days after their booking, and then they're being tested before they enter the general population. Skilled nursing facilities have received extensive testing surrounding previous outbreak situations, and we're in the planning stages now for ongoing testing of residents and staff. And next month, the state will actually have a requirement for the SNF staff to be tested on a monthly basis. So we will be working with the SNF to help monitor their testing in-house and to also help those SNFs that need help in providing testing to their residents and to their staff. The Valley Homeless Project will be kicking off their plan tomorrow, I'm told, for testing in shelters and encampments. And they will have 4 teams on the ground in the field going to 54 sites, reaching around 2,000 people in those congregate care settings. We're also working directly with cities and help to develop a model whereby interested cities could support the logistics of some testing sites in partnership with a medical provider. A significant reason that we have not quite met our short-term goal is that a few of the very largest healthcare providers in the county are not contributing at the level which we would expect, certainly at the level that Valley Medical Center and the health and hospital system are. And they are not testing at nearly the level that should be, given the number of people that they are responsible to serve. However, it's not in most cases because they don't want to do the increased testing. In our communications with some of the larger systems, we are learning that the necessary reagents and supplies are not readily available to them in order for them to do the testing. We will be looking forward towards additional conversations and ongoing conversations with them and with the state testing task force to procure these necessary reagents. We are asking Kaiser, PAMP, and Stanford and other hospitals to significantly increase testing and to follow our expanded testing guidance. And we will be working with them, as I mentioned, to get answers to their supply chain issues. Right now, we are aware that some members are still being turned away if they present without symptoms in many cases, even if they are in high-risk occupations and even when they have been exposed to people with COVID-19, again, because of their lack of laboratory capacity. Now, testing availability requires increased demand for testing, and we are pushing the demand through heightened and targeted messages in multiple languages, through various media formats, as well as staff, as I mentioned, walking the streets in areas such as East San Jose, along with community leaders. The state's report on testing as of the week May 10th to May 16th puts Santa Clara County at the level of 114 tests per 100,000. The state tells us that we are only 700 tests per day away from meeting the state's testing indicator of 150 tests per 100,000. We are actually performing testing at a much higher level in the state report in comparison with some of the other large counties in the Bay Area. And we noticed that even up till now, we have tested over 2,000 people on some single days. Again, those numbers aren't where we want them to be, but again, we are just increasing our testing capacity right now. The testing data sometimes lags behind, and we will have updated data soon to show our recent progress over the last 2 weeks. And again, importantly, is the percent positivity rate, 1% countywide. But again, if you look in places where I mentioned that we're higher risk, the rates are 3% and more. Again, our numbers will probably show in the next several days to weeks increasing availability, capacity, and testing in our community. And we look forward to, again, making those tests available to all of those in the community that are at risk and all of those who want to be tested. We will watch the rate as we continue testing and as we begin to see perhaps additional cases. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Finsterscheib. Key, were you going to say anything or are you going to save it for later?
I'll save it for later.
Okay. So that takes us to our next discussion about contact tracing, which will be Dr. Sarah Rudman and Evelyn Ho.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and thank you, President Chavez and Supervisors. This is Dr. Rudman. Our next portion is to describe our case investigation and contact tracing activities and our ability to quickly respond to positive cases that we identify through our countywide testing efforts as described by Dr. Finsterscheib, and instruct those people to isolate away from anyone so that they can limit their transmission of the infection, and then carefully identify anyone who they've come in contact with so that those folks can also seek appropriate testing and healthcare and quarantine to prevent transmission of infection is all part of a crucial element of our ability to contain any kind of rising rates of infection we may see as we release some of our shelter-in-place orders as they currently stand. Across the state, California has now rolled out a new contact tracing electronic platform in a partnership with Salesforce, Accenture, and Amazon Web Services. And this new platform allows us the technological component to our human component we're using to scale these activities and be able to rapidly respond in a way that protects privacy, documents our efforts, and communicates as seamlessly as possible everything that we're doing to approach those infected or exposed and offer them the services they need. Our team has just transitioned to this new Salesforce platform on Friday the 22nd, which allows us integration with the state's reporting system called CalReady, as well as growing interoperability with our surrounding neighbors in the Bay Area. Santa Clara County is actually only the second county to come on board with this platform. We're an early adopter, which gives us an opportunity to make use of the tool's advantages as quickly as possible, and also have an early seat at the table to make sure that the tool is working for us and built out to our needs in Santa Clara County. This also allows us, by adopting early on, to minimize any disruption we would otherwise have by making any switch in platform or adoption of a new data platform later on in our scale up. Operationally right now, as mentioned previously, we have about 50 people, fewer than that on a given day, responding to our existing numbers of cases and their contacts. And right now, as we see, about 10 to 30 cases a day, and those folks have very limited numbers of contacts because of the movement restrictions we have right now. We are just able to keep up with notifying cases and notifying their contacts who've been exposed and offer those folks the services they need to be able to safely isolate and quarantine. But we know that as shelter in place is lifted, as our movement restrictions change, that need is going to grow dramatically. And we have a detailed plan to be able to scale in advance of when we need that growth. And I'll turn things over to Evelyn Ho, who will talk about our scaling plan.
Thank you, Dr. Redmond. Good afternoon, Madam President and Supervisors. So to describe our scale-up plan in a little bit more detail, as previously reported, we estimate that a peak case growth rate of 75 new cases identified daily, with increasing number of contacts, potentially up to 40 close contacts per case, we would need a workforce of approximately 1,000 people to do this work. We currently do not need this entire workforce now with the current number of cases and the associated contacts that we have, but we expect to scale as those anticipated numbers of daily cases and contacts increases with the easing of restrictions related to sheltering in place. So currently the workforce of 44 public health and other county staff working on contact tracing, with an additional 45 being trained this week. Additional county staff, volunteers, state workers are being identified, and we will continue to onboard them weekly. By the end of next week, we expect to have an additional 75 staff trained and ready to work. We are working to have nearly 500 team members ready to begin and deployed to work by the end of the week of June 11th, averaging 100 team members per week after an initial more moderate scale-up pace as we've been transitioning to Salesforce platform, which also coincides with our current number of cases reported daily. We aim to reach the goal of approximately 1,000 case and contact investigation team members fully trained by the middle of July. We are on track with our current expansion plan, and we will continue to adjust our strategies as we proceed. In terms of the specific strategies we are using to identify the labor pool for this effort, we are taking a number of approaches simultaneously. We are working with existing county departments to identify county staff who could be reassigned to support this contact tracing work. We will have that final number of staff that has been identified through this process in the coming days, and then we'll assess next steps for maximizing this effort. To then supplement the county workforce, we are working with other public agencies, including the state. As part of the state's efforts to meeting the indicator around contact tracing and case investigation, the state is hoping to identify 10,000 state employees who could be deployed across the state to local health jurisdictions. We have submitted a request for up to 500 state workers and are awaiting a response on the number that could be deployed to us from the state. However, we are continuing to plan without depending on these state workers, depending on when and how that request is fulfilled. Additionally, for volunteers, we have done a broad volunteer recruitment, both broadly to the community, to individuals, and through strategic partnerships, through academic partners, corporate partners, CBOs, to identify individuals who may have the time, the availability, and significant skills and experience to bring to this important effort. The volunteers who engage with us sign strict privacy agreements, are county volunteers and engaged with the county, and we ensure that they are able to meet all the minimum requirements of the role. And finally, we have a small paid workforce to supplement of workers that are contracted to us through Haluna Health, who is actively recruiting for 50 full-time paid team leads who will be contracted to the county. While the public health staff will lead and provide the core staffing for this effort, the county has retained Haluna Health, a not-for-profit organization with extensive experience supporting public health initiatives in partnership with many state and local health jurisdictions. Haluna Health is supporting the recruitment, training, human resources support, and scheduling and oversight of the workforce of temporarily reassigned staff, volunteers, and contracted team members. Again, we continue to be on track in our expansion plan for the goal numbers set out and detailed a little further in attachment B on this item. And we'll continue to closely monitor our case growth rates, their associated number of contacts, and we'll adjust our onboarding plan, the quantities of individuals we will continue to bring on, and the strategies that we will use to identify those individuals. We will constantly be assessing and readjusting as needed. Through the collective efforts of the county's investment through our own staff, the outpouring of volunteerism from our community, and our strategic partnerships with public agencies, corporations, CBOs, and the small paid workforce that we have, we expect to collectively be able to meet this critical need. And I'll turn it back to Dr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudman and Evelyn. That will take us to isolation and quarantine support, which is Key Lee. Key.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Good afternoon, supervisors. Key here. Over the last 10 weeks, the county and our partners have increased temporary shelter or units in the form of congregate shelters, travel trailers, and motel rooms. The vast majority of these resources are for homeless men, women, and families, especially those whose age or health conditions put them at greater risk for serious illness or death if they contract COVID-19. The temporary shelter resources, the staffing and workflows that were established also helped COVID positive persons isolate. As noted in the report, the majority of COVID positive persons who needed a motel room to isolate were persons who had permanent housing. Fortunately, so far, we've been able to meet all of the isolation needs of COVID positive persons who could not isolate at home. As the report tries to lay out, the administration believes moving forward that we need to do two things. First, we need to continue the temporary shelter and permanent housing missions for homeless individuals and families using the framework and goals of the new community plan to end homelessness. The county, city of San Jose, Housing Authority, and others are part of this effective countywide collective effort. Second, in anticipation of expanded case investigation and contact tracing and testing, we should develop a more robust program to help individuals isolate or quarantine either in motels or at home. This too should be a partnership between the county, the cities, and others. Some cases and contacts will be able to stay at home without any support. Others will be able to stay home but need some assistance, and others may need to move temporarily to a motel room. The report describes some of these services by setting. A key resource that we hope to add is rental assistance. These funds would be available to individuals who isolate or quarantine at home and to those who move temporarily to motels. The purpose of the rental assistance is to ensure that people who are not eligible for unemployment or disability insurance or other resources like paid sick leave are not at risk of losing their housing during their isolation or quarantine period. When we established the new temporary shelter programs, it took us about 4 weeks to establish the programs and workflows. I think it'll take us about the same amount of time for the expanded isolation quarantine support program. During the pilot period, we're going to run the program from the county's Emergency Operations Center using a small team of care coordinators who may be coming from the COVID-19 Assistance Navigation Hotline, the county departments, OSH, and other departments come to mind, and a community-based organization or two. The intent here is to ensure that the individual seeking assistance can obtain the necessary services through the fewest number of steps as possible. Also, I'd like to highlight that this program is different from an information referral or benefits access program. For a time, 14 to 21 days, this team would likely have to monitor or manage referred cases or contacts. Within this program, the motel program is already operational and would just need a few modifications. The bulk of the work would be focused on determining the right staffing levels and mix, developing effective handoffs with the contact tracing unit, and then fostering partnerships with cities so that the program is funded for and accessible by residents of the unincorporated areas and of all of the cities. Thank you.
That takes us to, excuse me, Sarah Redmond, who will do some discussion about congregate care settings, that is skilled nursing facilities. Sarah?
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So since the beginning of the pandemic, we've often mentioned that we are most worried about those who are at highest risk for severe disease or death because of their age or their medical fragility, as well as those at highest risk of exposure because of their living or work situation, which puts them in close quarters with many people. So these areas of highest concern overlap when we talk about congregate settings. That's places like skilled nursing facilities, homeless shelters, and custody settings. And we, like a lot of areas in the country and in the world, saw skilled nursing facilities most highly impacted by some of our early case surges. The county's had a very broad, comprehensive response to protect these populations in congregate settings, and I'll highlight just some of the general categories of those that response that we've had so far. These have included issuing detailed infection prevention and testing guidance, performing site visits in order to identify areas of concern for disease transmission and opportunities to improve compliance with the recommended guidances, ensuring access to personal protective equipment, deploying emergency supplemental staffing when there was insufficient staff for safe care of individuals and residents, reviewing incidents in which patients may move from one setting to another to ensure that there were appropriate assignments and safe transitions to an appropriate setting, and then responding aggressively to identified cases or clusters of suspected cases within any of these types of settings, including a comprehensive assessment, guidance, and universal testing of staff and residents. As Dr. Fensterscheib talked about, we've issued additional recommendations and are in the process of developing plans to support even further expanded use of testing in these settings in order to rapidly identify cases and areas of possible transmission and make sure we stay ahead of any resurgence we could see in any of these settings. Specifically, for non-custodial settings, such as skilled nursing facilities and temporary shelters, we've recommended regular testing of all staff and residents. We'll offer training to skilled nursing facility staff to be able to collect their own test specimens and to help them coordinate with local laboratories to perform the tests. In the setting of, in custodial settings, in addition to an already existing period of 14 days of observation after admission and prior to release to general population, and already existing testing at the end of this period of observation, we've recommended universal testing at booking for all incarcerated persons who will be brought into the jail and juvenile hall. And our understanding is Custody Health is working right now to implement that recommendation. On top of that, the Public Health Department and Valley Medical Center continue to conduct targeted testing in the setting where we do recognize an outbreak, and continue to operate our Special Investigations Unit to provide whatever additional supports any of these congregate settings ask for. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'll pass back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. And that will take us to Dr. Jennifer Tong, who's going to give us an update on where we are with personal protective equipment. Dr. Tong.
Hi, yes, this is Dr. Jennifer Tong. In summary, as of yesterday, the County Emergency Operations Center had distributed 3.8 million items of PPE across different entities in the county. We had also offered fit testing for N95 masks to 550 different staff from skilled nursing facilities in the county. Today, I'm going to focus more on the PPE needs among the skilled nursing facilities in the county, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the hospital needs if that arises. In terms of the PPE in our skilled nursing facilities, we have recognized that there's no one methodology that is perfect to predict exactly how much PPE a skilled nursing facility might need. Therefore, we're using a hybrid approach of 3 different methodologies, which I'll briefly describe. First, we are looking at PPE depletion rates. Using the inventory reports that the SNFs are sending to us, we are looking to see if there is a greater than 20% decrease in the quantity on hand of any one item. And if there is, that could indicate that a SNF is not able to replenish what it's using. At this time, 16 different facilities are highlighted as having some concern in that area of PPE depletion. The second methodology we are using is the orders that are placed to the Emergency Operations Center for PPE from the skilled nursing facilities. If a SNF had submitted an order to us for PPE in the last 14 days, that would indicate that they're unable to procure these items independently. And most recently, 14 different facilities fell into that category of placing orders to us indicating that they were having trouble procuring independently. The third methodology we're using is a calculator from FEMA, which predicts how much a SNF should have on hand for a 14-day period. That one actually revealed the most worrisome results, showing that 42 facilities have shortages based on that FEMA calculator. However, the good piece of news here is that FEMA has communicated to those SNFs that they will be receiving a 14-day supply directly from FEMA. The first of 2 shipments was scheduled to be shipped to SNFs during May. We are still waiting to hear confirmation from any of the SNFs in our county if they have received the first of those 2 shipments. The second shipment per FEMA is scheduled to be shipped during June. The OC continues to procure additional PPE to meet the need. Gowns and N95 masks continue to be the hardest to procure. We place weekly orders to the states through our Mohawk process, as well as continue making purchases through private vendors. We have a number of items that are on order, on the order of several million pieces of PPE that are currently on order, and we are awaiting shipment. The good news is that we are starting to get some projected delivery dates within the next month. And so that does indicate to us that the PPE production is stabilizing, and there is some indication that some of the most needed items, such as gowns, will be available that we can distribute to SNFs within the next several weeks. So in summary, although the PPE outlook is improving, it is not yet entirely stable. And this highlights the ongoing value of flattening the curve, allowing time for adequate PPE production on the national scale, as well as procurement and distribution at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tong. That'll take us to our last presentation, which is about expenditures since the COVID crisis started. What you're going to see presented from Alan Minato here is actual expenditures, and you will later on in the day see numbers related to the revenue that's been allocated for these expenditures. So I want you to make sure that you understand and the public understands this is an accounting of what's been spent so far, and the budget will be a projection of what we will need to spend in the future. So Alan, you're on. I think, Rhonda, you need to let him on because he came on as an attendee, I think.
One moment, promoting him right now.
As long as you don't give him a raise, we're okay.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
We can
Sorry
hear
about
you.
that.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan.
Commentary, then jump into a couple of numbers for you, and then give you some caveats to look out for. And so, first item, I am the chief of the finance section at the EOC, and so I want to admit that this event has caught me off guard. And so, the finance section typically works on things like storms, fires, earthquakes, which are typically over quickly. The costs are usually contained to a few county departments, brief periods of time involved, or specific projects. This event, this COVID event, has lasted over 3 months now. It continues for the foreseeable future, obviously, and the magnitude of costs keep growing, involving all county departments and not just a few of them. So from March, when the shelter in place was issued by Dr. Cody, we attempted to capture all COVID-related costs at a very high level through various accounting codes. And so, however, we found that not all county departments were using these codes. And also, we discovered that the codes did not allow us to present detailed cost tracking. And so that's been one of our problems. And another item is that we found that to get a complete picture of county costs, we needed to access at least 7 different financial systems and then look at hundreds of payments made to various vendors that are involved. And so here is my first attempt to provide some cost information to the board. At a summary level, as of last week, $49.3 million have been spent, with about $48.1 million in encumbrances. So that's a total of $97.4 million of actual costs and encumbrances. I just want to remind the board as well as others that an encumbrance is not actual spent money. It is basically a purchase order that either the goods or services have not yet been received, or they have been received, but the invoices have not yet been processed. Okay, and so the report that I present to you today in written fashion shows costs in different categories as mentioned by Supervisor Allenberg at the last board meeting. However, I just wanted to note that we and also VMC staff had a week to analyze the 3,000 to 4,000 lines of information that were included in the cost information. Also, we have not yet it has not yet been thoroughly reviewed by supervisors and management staff, and so that needs to be done. And so you can see the numbers on the report. I believe that certain categories are understated. That includes the payroll area, PPE, and you just heard the doctor mention 3 million PPEs being distributed. And so I believe that is understated, as well as some of the medical costs, particularly for Valley Medical Center. And so we'll be working with Valley Medical Center, as well as trying to trace down some of those PPE costs in the near future. I also want to mention that some costs in some of the categories that we have, like specific services or the other categories, might belong elsewhere. For instance, $1.6 million listed under specific services are for nursing costs, probably more suited for the medical category. We have another $182K for transportation, which probably belongs in housing or testing. And then lastly, we have about $129K in janitorial costs that we think is probably better suited under testing, maybe some under medical as well. So that's my high level presentation today. And I guess, Dr. Smith, turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So as the board, as the board's aware, and on this agenda, we have in our next item, an item from the board referrals asking for ongoing dashboard, and we are getting prepped to be able to do that. We will have that up and running. As the board's aware, there are 4 different systems, accounting systems, that we have to correlate and correct in order to make sure that we have all the correct information. And so we will be doing that. And so we expect a more complete and thorough report once we get that done. So I think with that, that's our presentation for today. I would try to summarize it by saying COVID is not going away anytime soon. This is going to be a long-term event. There's no immunization on the horizon, no specific treatment, no other approach that's proven effective except shelter in place. And I think we are at the point where right now 44% of the deaths in our county are among skilled nursing facility residents. 33% of the deaths are among Latinx population, and most of the risk that's borne by the COVID pandemic is the risk that's assumed by those living in poverty, near poverty, or actually, quote, lower middle class neighborhoods where the density and ability to protect themselves is low. So with that, I guess we'll turn it back to the president for questions.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the reports. I do want to acknowledge that we also received, as part of our packet, a morbidity dashboard. And I did see earlier that Dr. Jordan was on the phone, and I don't know, in one of the Zoom boxes. So if there were questions or comments for her, we will go to those. Colleagues, what I'd like to do is I'm going to take the 5 speakers that are on the line that would like to speak on this item, and then I'm going to go to board questions. I'll start with, on this one, I'm going to start with Supervisor Cortese and go this way. When we get to our next big items, I'll do the other direction. Just keep it all even. So with that,
Madam President, can I jump in? You did mention Dr. Jordan's report, and I forgot to mention that. We didn't ask her to report because she laid out all of the deaths, 139 so far, with all of the details associated with them. And I think the key issue to bring up is that the coroner doesn't get all of the autopsies in the county. So what is happened here is she's correlated all of the deaths that she's diagnosed with all of the other deaths that have been diagnosed by doctors in the county. The way the state law works is the individual physician has a responsibility to fill out the death certificate and the cause of death, and then report infectious diseases to public health as well as to the coroner. So that's all been correlated. It's not a representation of all the autopsies that have been done by our medical examiner coroner. So with that, I'll shut up.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our speakers, and then I'm going to come back to the board. So I'm going to ask the clerk if the clerk could take each speaker gets 1 minute, and then we'll come back to the board for any comments, questions, or discussions. I'm going to ask my colleagues if we can keep it within that 10-minute framework. And that way, if people are really anxious and want to talk again, we'll go back through the rotation. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker is Janet Diaz-Perez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Janet Diaz. I am a patient business services clerk at VMC and the chapter president of SCIU Local 521. It is our understanding that the contact tracing has been implemented and is starting to phase in the county workers. We want to reiterate that not only do we want to be part of the process, but many county workers are already working remotely and meet 5 to 6 of the 7 qualifications as listed online. However, we need to be given the opportunity to assist in the project collaboratively with the county. Members want to continue to be contributors in this critical effort. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm getting used to multitasking now while
while attending supervisor meetings. In the beginning of public comment that we had, homeless advocate Gail got on board to do a comment, and it was a pretty basic and simple thing: water. Oh, also some ice. Now, the city has shut down water fountains in parks. Okay, they've shut down a basic, not even a basic thing, I think, for absolute survival. No one is out there other than some volunteers handing out water right now. It's damn near 100 degrees. You have people baking like eggs out in a park. Then you go down to Spring Street over down near the FAA landing zone, and it's the same thing. We're watching people suffer like it's a third world country. Push a button, make a phone call, bring a truck out there and start bringing water. It's not that damn hard. Here I am homeless on EBT, and I'm using that card to go buy people water. Something's wrong.
Our next speaker will be Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, Robert Aguirre here. I would like to talk, first of all, I'd like to say 1 minute really is not long enough to talk about all the reports that were given. I want to commend the homeless healthcare program that goes out to encampments. I'm glad that they're now finally coming out to encampments. I know they've done some, but actively trying to test people is something I've been talking about for quite some time. I think that we need to provide more services to people. One of the problems I have too with trying to get people into these accommodations like hotels, motels, and even the trailers, none of the trailers are ADA compliant. I tried to house a guy that was in a wheelchair and I couldn't get the guy housed in time. They told me it would take 2 or 3 days, which it did take when they finally called me back and said there was a space available. But that person had no phone and I lost contact. There's not somebody I know personally. But this is just an example of how we're not really looking at the big picture and trying to see how we can house people immediately that are at risk. Again, sorry, not enough time.
Our next speaker, our final speaker is Elias Madrid. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, supervisors, thank you. My question is, the survey that was taken, it's incorrect. Because if that many people said that, we all saw what happened this weekend at the beaches. I think you should take another survey. My last question goes out to Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Don Cortese. You guys both sit on the board of supervisors for VTA. Those masks are not being worn on those trains. Please let the fare inspectors do what they have to do on those trains. And that's give a little authority there so people do wear the masks. I do agree with Dr. Cody. If we're not going to wear the masks, she's going to have to start flexing her arm and legally have to do something because a lot of people aren't wearing the masks. I know, I see it every day. I'm out here. I'm homeless and I'm still alive because I wear my mask and I constantly clean myself. I want to thank you for all things you do, but it's still not enough. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victor Vasquez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Victor Vasquez. I work for Somos Mayfair. And as we know, East San Jose is one of the epicenters for COVID-19 in the South Bay. And since then, our organization has worked with our community promotoras to deliver food to almost 1,000 people. 4,500 people a day, support families with diapers, formulas, daily, and even provided financial assistance to 250 families. We know our community has a lot of pressures to get back to work and are even risking their lives to make sure they have enough food to eat and a roof over their heads. And this pandemic just continues to show how much systematic inequities exist for poor Black, Brown, and Asian communities. And with that being said, we strongly believe that we need a slow and steady plan to slowly lift shelter in place to ensure public health. That should be a priority. And unless we have other solutions like rent forgiveness, adequate education and protection, and testing for our families, it will be very difficult for us to do a rapid opening right now. So please consider that.
Our next speaker is Wesley Mukayama. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I would like to compliment Key Lee with his outreach to the homeless encampments. I have been following with him this one woman who's 68 years old, and she since 2018 June, and she has now been transferred to a hotel, but she's been in a shelter for all those months since January of 2019, and has been in the hospital 9 times because of virus. And she is one of the high-risk people. I do think that the testing with mobile units are good, but you really have to go out and go get those people. You really have to have better outreach with mental health, as I said before, with mental health and MHSA. This is what we need to do. We need to collaborate with all the other agencies. And I thank you for what you're doing already. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to begin with Supervisor Cortese and come on down the line. So Dave, and like I said, is 10 minutes, everybody, we're going to go with that. And like I said, we'll go back around. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, President Chavez. I have 4 or 5 questions, so I'll ask the respondents to try to help keep these within 2 minutes each. It is a little tough. I want to go back to the survey questions that were done, and if Ruth is still there, I know we were told to hold our questions to the end. I wanted to ask her to go back to the slide that speaks to disadvantaged persons. And I have a question about that in terms of methodology, if that's possible. If that's too hard to do on Zoom, I can just try to ask the question.
What's your question, Supervisor? And maybe someone could pull up the slide.
How you determine through the survey who's disadvantaged and who's not.
Right. So that's a good question. I mean, we were speaking generally about disadvantaged communities. We did ask a lot of demographic questions, both. So we asked whether or not they're on people are on government assistance, if they speak a language other than English in their home, seniors who are low-income seniors or seniors who live alone. So we have a kind of a grouping of disadvantage. But when I was speaking to kind of generally about that they've been kind of hit harder. We were looking at communities like socioeconomic, so those who are not college educated, communities of color, but we also have a whole crosstab book of a number of different demographics.
All right, thank you. I was just a little concerned about it. I appreciate if you have those kind of crosstabs that tie, as you said, social and economic.
Right.
But obviously the data that we've seen from the dashboards is very much ethnic and racial in nature, and to some extent geographic, as opposed to who has money and who doesn't. And I'm not really clear, although I don't distrust your numbers, I'm not really clear as to whether or not we really know if Latinos who are overrepresented in the infection rate, for example, are all disadvantaged, or if they're all over the income demographic. So that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, that's a good question. We did notice that, for instance, the Latino community more challenged than that, concerned about economy and other issues. We don't have enough, because we have 1,000 interviews. When you start looking at differences within certain populations, we may not have enough interviews.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The work you did is excellent as far as I'm concerned. It's very helpful for us to know and to work forward from. For Dr. Cody, I appreciated the overview, and a little bit of, I guess, guidance in terms of at least some expression in terms of, continue to move forward slowly and carefully and thoughtfully and so forth. There were a lot of words that Dr. Cody used like that, and I appreciate that, Dr. Cody. back in the late April, there was a group of county supervisors that got together regionally, and realizing that as this pandemic, when this pandemic started, it was clearly a situation where public health officials like you had to move very quickly. Attorneys had to move quickly to put shelter in place, ultimately to put shelter in place together and to make it law. And at that time, it seemed like there was the clearest distinction that could be made in terms of just trying to separate out what could be open, quote unquote, and what would not be open were by definition of what was essential and what was non-essential. In late April, as our group of supervisors got together and talked about various things like what ended up being the pending opening of some construction activity that had previously been considered non-essential, we talked about the idea that the analysis may need to shift to risk instead of just what's essential, what's not essential. And I think for my constituents, no matter what walk of life they're in, there's a lot of confusion around what are we? What is the matrix that we're overlaying here? Is it essential? Because people, of course, compare apples to oranges and they think some things are non-essential that are open, and they think some things are essential that aren't open. And then when we talk to them and say, well, look, there's more of a risk analysis than that, people come back and say, really? There's things that seem very, very low risk. We saw that a few weeks ago with the whole debate about whether landscapers and outdoor work should be done. Are we able to proceed thoughtfully and effectively every 14 to 21 days with a risk analysis and still open things up, assuming that our criteria is met, still open things up in an orderly fashion? Do we have the people power to do that? Do we have enough attorneys to write the laws, to assess the risks and write along with you and write the laws sort of quickly enough to keep up with what is essentially an entire society out there that is waiting for additional guidance? Can you just speak to that?
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. I'll just offer a couple of comments. So the original shelter-in-place order, as you mentioned, was really based on essential services versus not. The idea being that we had to figure out what was essential, even if it might have been higher risk, because that essential activity needed to continue. And for example, like grocery stores are not low risk, but it is essential that people get food. As we began to ease, we then were easing on more of a risk-based assessment, but also knowing that we could only ease where the state order allowed. So it's not just a pure risk-based assessment of anything, it's based on risk and what the state allows. And then a further frame is moving as a region so that our public is not more confused than they need to be between county and state, to move as a region as to what makes sense regionally. So there's a lot of different considerations as we move, but I think the top level is just an understanding that the beginning was around what's essential and non-essential, and then moving out from there is more risk-based, depending on kind of what's on the menu of offerings from the state order.
Yeah, thank you for the response. And I'm going to ask Dr. Smith to consider at the end of the presentation maybe speaking to this whole issue a little bit more, only because I very much appreciate what you just said, Dr. Cody, and particularly in the context of the state. But it seems to me, especially over the last week and a half, that what the state's been doing, or what the governor's been doing, is saying, you know what, the counties, you can figure out the detail. We're willing to open up this particular industry or this particular aspect of society. Churches is one of the latest things. You can do 25% or 100. And what I'm really asking is, as every day or every other day, the governor says, go ahead and write the protocols yourself, counties, for these things. do we really have the bandwidth to do that and to keep up with the amount of work product that calls for? You know, assuming that we agree with the governor that the risk, or that you, Dr. Cody, agree with the governor that the risk is low enough to head down that path. I just see us getting bottlenecked by workload. That's all I'm saying. It's not a blame thing, unless you want to just blame the virus itself, right? We didn't ask to be put in this situation. But perhaps at the end, Supervisor Chavez, if it's okay with you, we could ask Dr. Smith to sort of give us a broader overview of just how the county is dealing with its own capacity issues and keeping up with all this detail that's being asked of us. And lastly, I'll just keep it to 3 questions, if that's okay. The last one is just for the coroner. It's just a straight up question about whatever happened to my request, which I thought was endorsed by the Board of Supervisors at one of these previous meetings, that as part of the dashboard report that we get, there would be every 2 weeks that we would get 2020 versus 2019 data on all deaths and on morbidity overall, if that's the right word, in the county, so that we could make some judgment as to whether or not perhaps more investigation, more contact tracing might need to be done if there's a delta between what we know to be COVID related and what we don't know enough about. And number one, I just want to know where the report is, because it's not here. That's not what this is, in our packet. And number two, and maybe it's coming in our separate cover. That would be a fine answer, but I haven't seen it except once since we asked for it. And it's obviously a moving target. It needs to come every couple of weeks. But if, again, Dr. Smith may want to answer this. He was talking about what the coroner can and cannot do. Is it someone else who needs to assemble that information? If the coroner's viewpoint is limited by California law in terms of what they do, can we get somebody else to assemble that information and get it to the Board of Supervisors? Thank you. That was my last question.
I'll jump in, try to answer both questions. The
Jeff,
coroner's office.
Dr. Smith, if you could hold off on the second question until the end, because I think you're going to get a lot of that, and just really focus on the coroner right now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So the coroner's office is working on providing this every 2 weeks. It does require collecting data from sources that the coroner doesn't have access to immediately. Like I said, small portion of deaths are reported to the coroner, and a small portion are actually getting autopsies by the coroner. The only coroner cases are deaths that occur without an attending physician, or deaths that occur by accident or malicious intent. So it requires basically reviewing the death certificates, which are filed separately. But they're working on it, and we're trying to get an expedited, regular way of getting you the report. So we'll get it to you ASAP.
Thank you. Thank you, President Chavez.
Thank you very much. And like I said, if you think of something else, we'll come back to you. Susan?
Thank you, President Chavez. Since I had a chance to ask several specific questions on this report at HHC this morning, I want to just put out 2 broad questions about our path ahead. The first, Dr. Cody, I know you touched on this, but I want you to be really explicit with regard to timing of easing back of the current order and any upcoming potential revisions. With the revised order in effect as of last Friday, should we expect to see additional easing of restrictions in about 2 weeks if the cases are declining or stable?
Supervisor Ellenberg, what I can tell you is it would certainly not be before 2 weeks, because we won't be able to see the impact. So it would be between 2 and 3 weeks.
Okay. And if these gradual adjustments with review for one incubation period approximately become the norm, how can we help residents prepare and understand what's next without encouraging them to jump a step ahead of us, but still be able to prepare and anticipate, especially with regard to getting businesses reopened, reset up?
I think that one guidepost would be to look at what's allowable by the state, because that's the menu that we can pick from. Some of it makes sense and some of it is quite confusing. And just to highlight an example, we now understand that at the state, church services up to 100 would be allowable, but swimming is still not, just as an example.
So where does that leave us in terms of being able to help our residents anticipate, if not a specific date when something will open, kind of the general order of this week in this permutation, we have X businesses opened. The next step when we get there will be this other type of sector or industry. Again, so that people can prepare without jumping the gun.
Right, and I understand your question. So we will wait at least an incubation period, 3 weeks being better than 2, to assure that we can do so safely in a coordinated fashion. Second is whatever we open next would be based on risk, but it also has to be checked against what's available at the state level. And of course, it may be that when we are ready to take our next step, much more is available at the state level for us to consider for our community. In general, I think that there's growing evidence that outdoor is safer than indoors, and so that's really good news, especially since we have nice weather generally here.
Sure. So the state at the moment seems to have considerably more leeway than we do. I appreciate the description of risk, and that's a place where we're very optimistic that as businesses in a variety of sectors can demonstrate how they can mitigate risk, that they may be able to be open. But again, since we don't have that two-way channel, I'm still not getting to where I'd like to be, which is a description a little bit more specific than risk level as to what might be next. Might it be restaurants that can set up outside in the streets? Might it be religious services that can be held outside? Again, I don't want to pin you obviously to a date, just kind of an inventory list of increasing risk or decreasing risk so that businesses can start to prepare or have a sense of how far down the line they are.
So what I can tell you is that many communities have used, one is that we're getting lots of input, as you know. The other is that there are a lot of tools available now that look at different sectors and look at risk, sort of the capacity to mitigate, the presumed amount of contact, duration of contact, et cetera. And they're sort of beginning to coalesce, which is helpful. And some, but not all communities around us have started to kind of map things out. So we'll certainly be looking at all of that to try to navigate the best way forward within, sometimes a sort of strange set of parameters within which we're working.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm going to shift a little bit. Can you tell me what work is occurring in the EOC and with the County Office of Ed to plan for a consistent approach to the next school year across the 31 districts? What I'm hearing is that individual districts are starting to talk about what they are doing, looking at potential approaches of alternating schedules or reducing hours. And certainly it would be eminently more useful to parents as well as to businesses who hire working parents to have some kind of uniformity across all of our districts.
Yes, we actually have a little task force with the County Office of Education, and there's sort of two parts. One is that the health officers and the county and superintendents meet together, and then separately, we're having now more intensive meetings at an increased cadence with our own County Office of Education. We, as of today, have a new member of our health officer team who has been specifically assigned to ensure that in doing the planning with schools, that they have a public health frame and public health input as we go forward. So there's actually a whole little task force group with the County Office of Ed to ensure that we're planning ahead for whatever happens with education and public health married as best we can.
Great, and when that plan is in place, I'd like it to be shared with the board in an off agenda and something public that we can share as well with our constituents, please.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that.
And now I have several questions about the survey that I want to direct to Dr. Smith rather than to the polling company. What I see is, as a county, that we've been making decisions based on public health data, not polling data, and I think that this has spoken really well for us. I was surprised to see the poll. I'm not entirely clear what the intended value was in this case. As far as I know, the supervisors haven't seen the questions, so I don't have a sense of how they may have been teed up to elicit particular responses. And certainly having done this survey recently, May 14th to 18th, was clearly too late to really inform our response to the pandemic. So my first question is why the decision was made this far into our response to do a poll.
It was because of our communication plan, and we felt it was important to get an idea of the horizon of the community's concerns. It's not intended in any way to influence decision-making for the public health directors. It was really a matter of trying to have a two-way communication with the community to see whether what they felt about shelter in place, whether our message was getting across, what kinds of issues were on their mind, so that we can formulate a communication plan that will actually speak to their interests.
Did the poll reveal anything of significance that was unknown or that was surprising to administration?
Well, I think what it revealed to us was that there was a lot more support for shelter in place than we had been given the impression of by looking at the press, which is a interesting statement. There was a lot more concern about a second wave, which is also an interesting statement because it means that people have really been listening to the issue on news or whatever, however they've gotten the information. It also showed that there was lots of support for shelter in place. So we think those were all important things to hear. And it also told us how we can best get the information across because it gave an idea of where they're listening and what formats they're listening to.
And I haven't seen the contract for this either. How much did we spend on this poll?
I think it was 56,000.
Is there, I understand, of course, during an emergency that there's considerable leeway for the executive to sign contracts and bring them to the board afterward, and I don't know if this is a question for you or for county council, but is there a specific period of time after which a contract is signed by and the board approves it? And do the contracts that are that fall into this emergency category have to be directly responsive to emergency circumstances? Two questions.
I can answer that question.
Thanks, James.
This falls within the normal scope of procurement authority for services unrelated to the emergency. And so there's no exercise of emergency authority with respect to this contract.
And the board sees it afterward because of the amount, because it's a low amount,
So
relatively
for
speaking?
services contracts below 200,000 a fiscal year, those are not board, those contracts do not need to go to the board. They can be executed by the director of procurement.
Thank you. Thanks, James. Just one last question about the poll. Do you anticipate, Dr. Smith, that this information will in any way drive our 2020-2021 budget decisions or your budget recommendations?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not at my 10.
You are actually on my calendar, mine, but go ahead.
Okay. No, you're right. I'm about at it now. I thought I had over a minute left. Okay, then I may want to come back to just make a final comment at the end.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets to bite at the apple. So Supervisor Wasser, I'm sorry, Supervisor Smidian. I'm sorry, Supervisor Smidian, did you have any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you. I'm just unmuting myself here. If we could go back to the folks at EMC regarding the polling, I had questions about two of the slides. One was the right track, wrong track slide, if that's something that they can pop up on the screen again without too much technological difficulty.
That would be the clerk.
Yeah, for the clerk, it's slide 17. Yeah, the second to last slide.
Thank you. And my question was this question that was asked about the county generically or the county on the issue of coronavirus? Because it looks
the county,
to me like...
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was the county generally. So this is a question that we've been asking and other pollsters ask all over the country. You know, are things going in the right direction or off on the wrong track? And we asked it specifically, do you think things in Santa Clara County are generally going in the right direction or pretty seriously off on the wrong track? So it's wording that we've been using here in the county for a really long time.
If it would not be unduly burdensome and if staff concurs with the request, I think since it is a generic question, there'd be some value in seeing how this stacks up against the same question that I believe your firm has asked on prior surveys that you've done for our county. You have done such prior surveys and asked this question previously, yes?
Correct. That's what you're looking at on this slide. So you can see we've been polling here back to 1997. A lot of this, you know, they're different universes. Some are registered voters, some are likely voters, but you can see back in 1997, 1998, 68% said things were going in the right direction, 17% off on the wrong track. And then you can see that really came down after 2001, after the first crash. And then kind of as it sort of here in the county, it was interesting. It stayed really constant through the recession. And then after we came out of the recession, it really went a little bit up into the positive, and then it shot up here. So that blue line, that red line are actually our surveys historically here in the county.
Thank you. I totally missed that, obviously, going by the first time so quickly.
And so I didn't explain it.
You were trying to be brisk, and I appreciate that. But so to be clear, it's right track, wrong track, or right direction, wrong track, not on coronavirus, but just in general. And it seems to me that if there's a takeaway here, it's that we've got the highest right direction number in the last 20 years, notwithstanding the presence of a pandemic and a shutdown order. Do I grasp the right nugget from all this data?
That's correct, Supervisor. We are seeing an optimistic mood such that we have not seen in this area in 20 years. And yeah, we think it is related to
ability to
coronavirus.
speculate what that's about, given that all hell's breaking loose around us and the world's turned upside.
Yeah, Supervisor, we're seeing this in our other polling as well, both statewide and in other parts of the Bay Area, that we believe that community people are literally, like, they're taking this question literally. Are we going in the right direction, or are we going in the wrong track? And I think people feel like we've come together as a community, we've stayed home, we've made a difference. We are literally going in the right direction. We've done the right thing. We do not anticipate that this number is going to continue to go up. And in fact, as people become more, I think as potentially the recession settles in, we'll see this number come down is what we're expecting.
Thank you. Could I see the slide again, please? About COVID concerns versus economy. It was roughly a 60-40 split. The one I'm thinking, there's the one I'm looking at. I guess my observation on this slide is that while it was described correctly by our pollsters as, a healthy majority, a 40% concern about the economy, 39%. So I'll call it 40% concern about the economy in the midst of a global pandemic is not an insignificant number. So I think, yeah, 60-40 is a healthy majority in one sense, but when 40% of the people are telling us they're more concerned about the economy, if we're trying to get our finger on the pulse of the community mood, that is not a number that should be easily dismissed in my view. And thank you. I think that's all I have for the pollster, except to say, different members of the board will have different views about using survey research, but just for the staff to assess going forward, I think within reasonable limits, of course, it's a helpful and useful tool. I'm glad to have it. I'm going to look at the numbers more carefully when time permits. But I think, we have public comments so we can hear from the public. When the pandemic wasn't in force, I had sidewalk office hours so I could hear from members of my constituency. And I think having this information is yet another way to make sure that we hear what the public is thinking. And on that basis alone, I'd be good with it. But more importantly, I would say I think it's important to have the information and understand how we're being heard and how we're being received, because as many of us have said on a number of occasions, this is a unique circumstance. We need the public to buy in and change behavior as an essential element in keeping our entire county safe. In that context in particular, I think we do need to be mindful of the public's thinking as we go through the rest of this exercise. Change of topics, just a statement, not a question. Madam Chair, during the Health and Hospital Committee meeting that we had earlier today, I had some questions and we got some answers about the legal construct under which folks may be legally compelled to either isolate or quarantine. And I think this is a potentially sensitive subject. And I'm not sure that our staff candidly has come to grips with how sensitive a subject it may be as we move forward. I think some of these things are discovered the hard way as we go through what is, undeniably a new experience. I just want to underscore what I said this morning, and I want to do it with all 5 members of the board on the line. I think we need to be thinking this one through carefully before we get there, or it has the potential to generate a lot of backlash that's not productive and certainly not in the interest of public health. I think we can all and should all be comforted by, the summary question and answer I asked Dr. Smith. So we're going to try and rely on cooperation and collaboration whenever possible rather than coercion. His answer was absolutely yes. But I do think this is an area of some sensitivity. I want to say thank you for the stepped up efforts in tracing, although it's been a while since we talked about that. The 491 successful tests in Mountain View in a half day with a mobile site suggests to me that that I should keep making the same pitch, which is if you make it easy, people will do it. It wasn't hard. Here's where the van is parked, 10 to 2. If you come, anyone is welcome, and it's free, it's quick, and it's easy. To me, that has proven itself, at least in this instance, to be a successful model, and particularly in a district where we are not the beneficiaries of any of our 3 county hospitals or a county health clinic. Using both a mobile tool like this and partnering with other local organizations like Planned Parenthood, who has stepped up, like El Camino, who has stepped up. And I know you, Supervisor Chavez, along with Mayor Liccardo and Mayor Margaret Abecoga of Mountain View, are pushing for additional state help in both San Jose and Mountain View. But particularly, as I say, in the 5th District, where we don't have the benefit of some of these county installations, other approaches will be necessary. So that's my thinking on the survey issues, the concern about contact tracing and the legal construct. Testing, and more testing would be my final words on that. And I yield the remaining minute of my time to my friend, Supervisor Wasserman from the 1st District.
Now everybody's going to want everybody else's minutes. Stop that. All right, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm starting my stopwatch. There we go. If Ruth is available, please, my initial comments before my prepared comments are relating to the survey. Ruth, hello there. I've got a couple of comments. The first is on page 4, and my colleagues will laugh. Thank you for numbering your pages.
Yay.
All right. So page 4 says, what is the most important problem facing Santa Clara County today? And I certainly understand coronavirus being the leading candidate. On this chart, each person got 1 vote as compared to other charts where you asked them each of 6 or 7 questions and they rated them from a 1 to a 7.
Right.
So yes, 43% got that. The next 3 or 4 bars under that, 10, 10, 10, and 5, come to 35% and could well be related to their concerns about the shelter in place, the economic impacts. It's important when I look at these charts, Ruth, to recognize that it's not that anybody who voted for jobs and economy or cost of living or politics and government, they used the 1 vote that they had to answer your pollsters to do so. If you go to the next page, page 5, this one says, what is the most important problem facing you and your family today? So rather than what's facing the government, the county, it's what's most important to you. And 23% here, and 23 and 22, I see as being about the same, okay? But 23% said finances and unemployment. I think that's directly attributable to the shelter in place. That would be number 1. Then you take housing cost of living, housing costs. Well, if you've lost your job, or if you're getting $600 a week on unemployment, which comes out to be $30,000 a year, at $60,000 a year, you cannot afford a 1-bedroom in San Jose. So again, if you've lost your job because of shelter in place, and you're getting unemployment, housing costs and costs of living would be there. Isolation and mental health. My guess is that's as a result of all of us having cabin fever, school and child care with all the schools shut down, and healthcare and insurance for those people laid off who may not still have health insurance. When you add up all those except for coronavirus, and remembering that any person who voted for anything only got 1 vote. So there's those people in the 14%, 7%, 7%, and 4% that used their 1 vote to say the cost of living or isolation or not having school was the most important thing facing them and their family. When you add those up, 55% of the people chose to use their one vote to vote for something I think is directly COVID shelter-in-place related, and only 22% said that coronavirus. And some of them might have interpreted the biggest problem facing them as being coronavirus because it's causing them isolation and housing costs and unemployment and school. So that, I think that's the most overwhelming slide to show that it's easily 2 to 1 of people concerned about the shelter in place, more so than the coronavirus. If you go to your page 9, 1 to 7, which I found interesting as compared to the old 1 to 10. Anyway, the 1 to 7 in this chart, and I understand how you ranked using a face mask and your ability to pay because they totaled. It seems that this particular bar chart is organized by the far right number, 37, 37, 34, 33, 29, which almost exactly mirrors the far left, the dark blue, extremely concerned, 20, 22, 21, 17, 14, 12, 10, except for those top two that would be reversed if the extreme concerned is how it was rated. That said, if you look at what people are extremely concerned about, the dark blue that rated a 7, the using a face mask, it would be number 1, your ability to pay rent or mortgage, because that's 22% of people had that a 7. 2A and 2B would be, and of course your ability to pay rent if you're unemployed or unable to work or can't operate your business would be because of COVID and shelter in place. Number 2 would be keeping up with my school-age children's distance learning because schools are closed and they can't go back to work and they can't get childcare if you're not back to work. And number 3 would be losing or being able to get health insurance. And that's because they've lost their job due to their businesses being closed, due to the shelter in place, not allowing businesses to operate. Or as my friend who owns a couple of car washes, he normally has 80 people at one of them and 40 at another. At each location now, he only has 5 people. So you would have your ability to pay a rent or mortgage, followed by keeping up school-age children, followed by losing my healthcare insurance as the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and using a face mask would be the 4th concern. And it's interesting if you look at what people rated, what people gave a 7 to, it's all related to sheltering in place and businesses being closed are the top 3 that they're most concerned about. Yet when you total all the 20 and the 8 and the 9 together, it comes to 37, so that ends up being number 1. And yes, I'm a numbers junkie.
Supervisor, sorry to interrupt you. I did just want to refer you to page 8, the previous page. So the page 9 is a continuation of page 8. All of those questions are ranked. So I did just want to make sure you saw that on page 8, I agree with you that we may have on some of those ones that totaled 37, we may have had the order wrong on there, but there are a number of ones that are a little actually higher. For instance, the second wave, losing your job, having your hours cut. So I just wanted to make sure you saw that was clear.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ruth. That's an excellent point. In my couple other comments that I've got, for instance, the number of people concerned about the second wave. There's going to be a second wave as we open more and more businesses and more people come closer to each other as compared to staying in your home. There's going to be a second wave, and we have the hospital beds and the PPE to address the second wave. So I would attribute a lot of that anxiety and fear to what is out in the public about a second wave. And when I ask people about what's your biggest concern about the second wave, it's not them getting infected. It's that businesses will be closed again and we will have to shelter in place again. And that's why their number 1 fear is of a second wave. They don't fear the disease. They see the 1%, 2% of the community getting infected. What they fear is that the opening that we're at so far in stage 2 that we're going to have to go back and shelter in place again, and businesses that are currently open, even if curbside retail, will have to be closed again, and we have to start this process all over again. If I may, if you'll go to your page 15, it says, and I believe Supervisor submitting referred to, maybe it was Ellenberg. The question says, we need to stay focused on stopping the spread of COVID-19 regardless of what it takes. Now, what's interesting, one person's regardless of what it takes may be interpreted differently than somebody else's regardless of what it takes. And I would say, for instance, if somebody said, what do you mean? And I said, oh, well, if we completely close the county for 14 days, no one outside for any reason, would you be in favor of that if that's what we meant by regardless of what it takes? And I think people would say no. If we said, okay, how about if all schools are closed for the next 12 months? Would you be okay with that? And they would say no. How about if we stay where we are now, early stage 2, so there's no inside dining, no retail or office or barbershops or swimming or other stuff? They would say no. How about if we said stay at expanded stage 2, allowing partial? They would say probably not. But how about if we said in 12 months, they'd say no, in 6 months, probably yes, and in 30 days, yes. So the problem I had with that question was saying, are you okay regardless of what it takes, and what the person being asked the question was thinking regardless of what it takes meant to that person. If you'll go on, my last question regarding the graphs is page 17. Supervisor Simidian did a great job opening up that. It's interesting, again, me being a numbers guy, I looked back to 1997. 1997, we were at 68%. Now we're at 71%. That means over the last 23 years, we have increased a total of 5% increase in the people thinking we're going in the right direction. Yet if you look at people thinking we're going in the wrong direction, 23 years ago, we were at 17%. And now, I got to get to my clock. There we go. Stopwatch. I think I'm over. I'll just finish with this, and then I'll say one sentence and wait for the second round. In 23 years, we've gone from 17% to 26%, which is exactly a 50% increase in people thinking we're on the wrong track. In the quarter of a century, we've gone from 17 to 26. That has grown 50%. And the actual increase that we're seeing now up to 71% started back in 2019, when we had the lowest interest rates and the highest employment. I'm going to end with that and wait for the second round of my prepared comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is that I just want to do a time check with my colleagues. It's 4:20. We started the meeting at 1:30. We're going to stay on this topic, it appears, for a little bit longer. What I'd like to recommend to my colleagues is that we'll go back through another round. I'm going to limit us in this second round again to 10. But to go through the second round, and then we're going to do referrals. Then we're going to take a break because we need to give the clerk a break for about 30 minutes after we do board referrals, prior to us taking on the budget item. So with that, I just want to make a couple of comments. And one, I just want a very big picture, make an observation, and that is that I appreciate very much that our staff feels exhausted and in some ways underappreciated. And I know the emails you're getting, because we're getting them too.
They're doing social distancing and protective equipment. John Hopkins is one of the institutions that's doing that. There are a number of others. So I think with the 2-week assessment, we have sufficient staff to do that. Now, I will say that, we have chaos coming from the federal government with the president recommending absurd things. And it's very confusing at the state level to figure out what's going on, because as you said, Madam President, a couple of days ago, the governor said he wouldn't open up restaurants, and then suddenly he tosses it out. So that assessment of what the state is doing is definitely going to take some time and effort for us.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to my colleagues. Dave, that was one of your questions that I know you wanted to get answered at the end. I'm going to see if there's an interest in any other questions. I'll now go from, on this one, I'll stay with Dave, Susan, and then when we do the next budget, we'll do it the other way. So Dave?
Yeah, it's less of a question and more of a little bit of a sunshine and a plea. This morning, earlier today, in other words, I filed a referral that will be on our agenda next Tuesday for a regular Board of Supervisors meeting. And obviously my colleagues and the public will have an opportunity to look at that further. But it had to do with the question I asked Ruth Bernstein in terms of the polling information about who really is overrepresented out there and getting hit with a disproportionate share of the impact. It seems like there's no real dispute that that's happening, no matter who you ask during these meetings. But the referral will be asking us to step up the outreach effort. Just in the past few days, I've had a multitude of experiences with folks who are generally our partners out in the community-based agencies that range from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to the Black Kitchen Cabinet to IRCC and Vietnamese community, who just haven't been engaged yet in leverage in terms of working that the outreach that needs to be done to get the information out that several of the presenters were talking about today. Lastly, and I don't know if Dr. Fensterscheid is still on the line, the question is just simply, what does it take to increase testing frequency and mobility beyond, for example, getting out to Tropicana last week and then getting out there this Friday? That sounds like once a week. My experience with the community, and I want to acknowledge that happens to be Supervisor Chavez's district, but I'm very knowledgeable of that particular area. My understanding of the dynamic there is you basically have the kind of captive audience and population of a small city in and of itself. Can we get out there more frequently, or better asked, what would it take? And Dr. Fensterscheid, if you're there, I worked with you here. I saw you walk us through the H1N1 pandemic in a very, very effective way. I am very grateful for everything you reported today and the rapid progress you're making. And I'm grateful for your comment that we need to do more, that it's not enough. I'm just asking you for a preliminary response on what it takes to step up this outreach effort.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think we wanted to test that model by going into the Tropicana or to Mountain View to see what it would take staff-wise, and how much of an effort. And I think what we found was that we can get a lot done, but the van takes a lot of staff to utilize. So we've been thinking perhaps, and I haven't run this by anybody, but we're thinking that this is beneficial to get into the community and to be maybe a little bit more flexible and a little more nimble. So maybe smaller vans, more of these. We have to look at the availability of staffing, but this way I think we could really hit some of the target areas, go to where people, our whole idea is to go to where people are. So places where people shop, places where, again, people will be available for testing. So, I mean, we're working on it. I think the big van, as I said, was successful, but perhaps it was like moving a battleship in, to a small dock. I think we really need to look at some other more flexible, smaller, more nimble ways of getting into the community. And I'm going to suggest, and we're going to work on perhaps the possibility of looking at some smaller vans going in more frequently and identifying with the community leadership where people are to get them tested. And we're most interested, again, in those areas where the highest risk populations reside.
To the chair, thank you for that response. And I want to acknowledge, because it does take community activism sometimes to, as we've all been talking about today, to get the information to us that we need to increase our own awareness. Former Assemblywoman Nora Campos, so I'm sure everybody saw her op-ed in the last 24 to 48 hours. I just thought it was spot on in terms of the responsibility we have to step up outreach out there. So we'll talk about it more next week with the referral, but thank you for your response, Dr. Fenstershot. Appreciate it. And thank you, President Chavez.
You bet. Susan, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I do. I just want to share a comment that I didn't have time to make in the first round. And that's to acknowledge that we have made really great progress in reducing cases and hospitalizations, but we need to work with continued urgency, transparency, and in partnership to scale the guardrails of testing, tracing, and isolation support so that we can continue to ease the shelter in place and prevent having to return to similar drastic measures in the future. The reports today indicate that we're currently on track, but I don't want us to let the county capacity slow the pace of our reopening. For the last month, through these meetings and several referrals, I've asked for a roadmap and financial plan on how we'll achieve and maintain the 5 indicators. My referral with Supervisor Cortesi today continues to push for clarity on these questions so that we can see that we are investing our county resources effectively. The reports today, again, are helpful. I expect to see regular public updates on our progress so that my colleagues and I, and most importantly, the residents of our county, can understand exactly how we are proceeding. The reports outline planned activities for testing, tracing, and isolation support, but do not project costs for these massive projects. I know that we have staff working literally 24/7 in the EOC to respond to this pandemic, but we've also called upon every business, service organization, school, and household in the county to make incredible sacrifices and modifications at great expense to so many of them. And we owe it to them, not just to do the work on their behalf, but in partnership and with transparency on our next steps. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Supervisor Simitian, any other comments on this item?
Well, yes, let me ask, is Dr. Cody still on the call with us, or on the meeting with us, rather, excuse me?
I am still here.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. Dr. Cody, I want to try and distill a little of what you shared with us into layman's language that I can share with my constituents. But as I try to do that, I am reflecting on a comment one of my constituents made to me recently, which was, you know, the reason this is so confusing is because it's so confusing. And at first I didn't get it, and then I understood what she was trying to say, which is, yeah, of course it's confusing. This is not simple stuff. It is confusing stuff, which makes it all the more challenging, and I would argue important, that we try and communicate it accurately, but crisply and clearly. What I heard you telling us a while ago now on the call or in the meeting is, you know what? Every few weeks, we'll take another look at the numbers, and if the numbers allow it, we'll open up a little bit more. If the numbers don't, we won't. And if the numbers get worse, at some point, we might even have to take a step back. Is that what you told us?
Yes, that is. And I would like to proceed slowly. The last thing that any of us want to do is to take a step back.
Got it.
So we're going to go slow and go safe.
And I think the frustration that you're hearing from perhaps sometimes the board, but certainly from some members of the public, is that they'd like to see some sort of very clear benchmarks against which the go or no go could be measured. And part of the challenge that you're communicating is that it's not as simple as being able to check the boxes, even if there are 4 or 5 or 6 of them, that you're going to need to look at health data in the aggregate and sort of assess what the total set of circumstances look like. Did I get that part right as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be, from a communication standpoint, I think that's going to be a particular challenge, because people would like to know if we do these 3 things, if we do these 6 things. And then just to make it one more step confusing, part of what I hear you saying is, well, there's some things where we can go forward if we do it the right way, but not if we do it the wrong way. Did I get that part right?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I guess I would like to just highlight that all of these are like dials, and all of these are trying to evaluate risks and benefits. You are excellent at making things crisp and simple, even when they're complicated. And so I love your help with this. But so, for example, we might understand that some businesses and some activities are lower risk. On the other hand, there are some businesses and activities that might have a slightly higher risk, but they have enormous benefit to the community. So we're trying to navigate a way forward that minimizes the risks of COVID and maximizes the benefit to our collective community.
I take your point with respect to the sort of risk reward. That isn't really even where I was headed, though. I was thinking more of the fact that people tend to want to talk about these issues, understandably, as binary choices when they're not necessarily binary choices. So, for example, recently you dealt with the issue of construction. And some people said, well, can we have construction or can we not have construction? And your response was, we can have construction if we do it the right way, but not if we do it the wrong way. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, we're trying to mitigate harms wherever we can.
Yeah, well, I do think thinking about how to take that sort of that vast volume of knowledge and data and shorthanding it a little bit for our public communication is important, not just because we want to be transparent, but as I said earlier, because it's so important in terms of engaging the public in being part of the solution. Thanks again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you very much. Just going to do my timer so I'm not there. First of all, I assume Ruth is still there. And Ruth, I want to apologize to you regarding my comments on page 8. I made a mistake on that and I misinterpreted the information. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm happy to discuss the other 4 or 5 pages at another time with you as far as that goes, but I feel good about the comments I made about those. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to read a couple of bulleted points that I had prepared.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to say COVID is here. It may or may not be going away. Anybody who hasn't got it can probably get it. Herd community takes about 65% of the people to have antibodies. So I know we're a long ways from that. As far as things that have changed, thanks to Dr. Cody being the first and jumping on the shelter in place some 70 days ago, we now have lots of extra beds. Hopefully there will always be extra beds. We have barely enough PPE. We certainly have a lot of ventilators. So those are all good things. Those are things that have changed. What I am going to say as well, I'm going to say that if we had dashboards on our public health website that showed additional dashboards, here I am adding responsibility onto staff that I never try and do. If we had additional dashboards that followed and tracked the unemployment rate, or the increase in personal debt, or hotel vacancy rate, or the anxiety level, or sales tax receipts, or TOT revenue, we would see countless trends that are predicting depression, both economic and personal. And no, I'm not suggesting the public health department track any of those things at all. I'm just saying there's a lot of that stuff going on. The mortality rate curve statewide is decreasing, and the economic damage curve is increasing. I'm advocating for us to now work on flattening the economic curve while we monitor the COVID curves. And most importantly, within the COVID curve, is that we do not change what we're doing regarding skilled nursing facilities. Approximately 60 of the 140 deaths in Santa Clara County occurred in skilled nursing facilities. They need to be maintained quarantined as we have. But I really hope that lap swimming, number of people who can go to a funeral gets increased from whatever it is, 10 to 50, with people arriving in only family cars with masks on and staying 6 feet apart. And Dr. Cody brought up the irony and the frustration of the state, where one thing is allowed, I think she said swimming, is not allowed, and something else is allowed. And that's how I felt when I witnessed farmers markets and the mob mentality that was there, but that people couldn't swim by themselves in a lap pool, or no more than 10 family members could attend the funeral, the burial of their parents or their siblings. So I think there are individual places there, and I hope those are opened up sooner than later. I would also make a suggestion that the county's role, I came here 9.5 years ago, and I had a lot to learn about the county. And in those 9.5 years, I have learned a lot about the county. And I would say the county's role has traditionally been to provide whatever help and services it could to those in need and most in need, the most vulnerable. Do we have the fire department? Yes. Do we have the sheriff's department? Excuse me. Coco, Peaches, quiet. Do we have those? Do we have the clerk recorder? Do we have the assessor, the collector, the planning department? Yes. But in general, when people ask me what's the difference between, say, serving on the city council or somewhere else, the county cares for those in need and most in need. And that said, I would suggest that people who can currently work at home or in public and get their normal paycheck, and I know a lot of those people, and those people who are retired and receiving their normal checks, and I know a lot of those people, aren't really in the in need and most in need categories right now while we are sheltering in place at such an extreme level. I would ask, if it did happen, Ruth, please show me where. If it didn't happen, perhaps in the next survey that we do at some other point, I would like to ask, are you earning as much now as you were 90 days ago? And then we would know who was answering the question. And it wouldn't be getting personal. Do you make more than 50,000 or 50 to 100 or 150? Just simply say, are you earning as much now as you were 90 days ago? And if that person says that more concerned about a second wave of COVID than he or she is getting back to work and paying the rent that is being deferred, paying for childcare, okay. Another question would be, are you aware that due to plummeting sales taxes and TOT revenue and gas taxes and projected income taxes and projected property tax revenue, that the state and the county and the schools and most of the cities are projecting deficits and are already cutting budgets and initiating hiring freezes, both of which will result in a reduction to public health and public safety and infrastructure in public schools? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of the repercussions of shelter in place and people not producing things and people not buying things? I just don't know the knowledge that the people surveyed had. And that concerns me and makes me question the results. I'm sure all the results are all accurate for the questions asked. But I think going forward, we need to open up as much as we possibly can. We were the first to get into the shelter in place And I sure don't want to be the last one to get out. And we can't restrict who comes over from San Benito County or San Mateo County, or Alameda County, testing or not testing. And we're going to open up more, and we're going to have more people in place. And as long as we have hospital beds for those that need hospital beds, then I think we're okay. If we don't, if we're up to 75% approaching maximum capacity, then we got to back off and back down. And I think we need to put a lot of the burden on the public and say to the public, okay, you want us to open more. You want us to allow more things. There's an inherent risk in doing that. But we understand the impact on your family, on your children, on your lives, on your finances. How many more people are going to become homeless? How many more people are drinking? How many people are whatever going on? So the burden is on you, the public, to do what we say. And we say that when you go into a business, you wear a mask and you maintain 6-foot distances. And if you feel sick, you do exactly as Dr. Cody told us 10 weeks ago. If you're sick, go home and wash your hands during the day. And if you have a hard time breathing, go see a doctor. And if we have more COVID patients, we have more COVID patients. But a new virus could come along next week. And then what are we going to do? Start this all over again? And a new one could come the following week. We just can't exist that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see no other colleagues wanting to go through a third round. I will just close by thanking very much the staff. And I do want to make one point, there are 2 points, one that Supervisor Wasserman just made, and that is that I think we are all anxious, and Dr. Cody started her comments out about talking about how we're going to open up. I'm looking forward to our hearings on Friday when we're going to have a chance to more deeply dive into that issue. I also just want to acknowledge that, you know, the people who are getting sick and dying, in addition to being in skilled nursing facilities, are a lot of people of color, a lot of low-income communities. And so as we think about how, as a community, we move everybody forward, we do really need to think about how to protect and continue to protect the most vulnerable health-wise. And I just point that out because I do appreciate very much the strain and stress that exists in our community. I think we have to move deliberately. And while I think that's careful, I also think it means we have to move, because part of how we're protecting lives and really how we're protecting lives is we really have the support of the community, and we have to demonstrate to them that we continue to demonstrate to them that we're worthy of that support, certainly by the leadership of our amazing staff. That's happening, period. And people need to know that we have a plan. And so that's what we're going to get to. I hope we get to talk more about that on Friday. So thank the staff very much. We're going to move on, colleagues, to items 7 and 8. Then we're going to take a break before we do the budget. I'm going to ask if my staff can let me know how long the clerks need. Mike?
Yes, one question about what you just said. I wasn't sure if that was a request or not, but if you're requesting back as far as additional information over the 140 people that have died from COVID in the last 70 days, I'm guesstimating about 1,600 other people have died from other sources over those same 70 days. And if they are bringing information back to you,
I'm not asking for information. I was very simply making an observation. I was really responding, Mike, to the point you were raising about how we balance economic health with health in general.
Yes.
So no, I don't think we want any more information. What we want them to do is get that contact tracing moving,
yes,
get the testing moving, and move. That was really the point. But I also wanted to just acknowledge that Dr. Cody and her team have been very focused on making sure that we're protecting the most vulnerable in our community. And since most of the death has been happening in the area I represent, I just wanted to make that point that I appreciate the leadership that they're taking in protecting the most vulnerable. And let's move. All right. So hard balance there. So I'm going to move on then to items 7 and 8. I'm going to begin with Supervisors Ellenberg and Cortese. What's that? Okay. Staff has just let me know they're going to need a 30-minute break. We're going to take 7, 8, break for 30 minutes, and then come back on budget.
Okay.
So Susan and Dave?
All right, so that's all right with you? Thank you. So this referral directs administration to create a public dashboard detailing expenses incurred by the county as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We're asking our community to sacrifice so much right now, and we owe it to them to show that we're spending this money in a way that is going to get us out of the shelter in place as quickly as is safely possible. I am very proud of the public health dashboards that our county has created, both the final products and how they were rolled out quickly and iteratively. I'd like to see the cost tracking dashboard follow a similar path, with a first version out ideally in 2 weeks or less that can be built upon and improved going forward. The report we received for Health and Hospital this morning referenced the multiple county dashboards databases storing cost information and the people hours needed to analyze our costs to date. It is clear that county systems are not set up to get good cost data on a timely basis, but this is work that's necessary for effective data-driven decision-making. And this information, and this is information that will ultimately have to be provided, frankly, whether or not there's a dashboard, in order to seek reimbursement from federal and state sources. The dashboard simply presents that information in a manner that's clear and easily digestible for the public. And our goal should be the greatest transparency possible. If there are concerns about the workload, please note that there are pro bono volunteer organizations that are skilled in this work with whom we could consider partnering. I'll finish by thanking Supervisor Cortesi very much for joining me in this referral. You've been a strong voice for transparent and open government throughout the public health crisis, and would be happy for you to add any further thoughts.
Well, thank you to the chair. I appreciate very much being a part of it. I would just urge our colleagues' support, and I think the small role I played was just based on some long-term budget experience here, trying to help shape, how the information would come back to us, more form over substance on my part. But I do appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg's focus on the substance of the information that's needed here. And the only apologetic tone I'll put out there is it's understood, especially hearing from Mr. Minato earlier, that there's sort of a backlog of information that needs to be caught up. But I think we're all sympathetic to that, but it doesn't excuse the need for the information and the need for the information to come in a kind of a format that we're used to receiving as supervisors. So we'll thank you in advance for all the effort that you're putting in to bring this information back. And that's really all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public comment. We have 2 speakers on this item. I'm going to give each speaker 1 minute and remind them that we are speaking on item 7, and this is approve a referral to administration to create a public dashboard detailing expenses incurred by the County of Santa Clara as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Dr. Smith acknowledged earlier that they are almost done with your referral before it got voted on. So we'll ask the clerk if they can take the public speakers.
The first speaker is Blair B. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I had a procedure question. I wanted to speak on item 8. Is this only item 7 or item 7 and 8?
Go ahead. If you won't be able to speak on item 8, but you can speak right now for item 8. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for starting the timer over again. Item 8 is about how to plan with businesses for upcoming COVID things. And I simply wanted to try to bring to light the idea of how to create a system of blocks during the wintertime to possibly curb the virus. Like we have 3-week breaks where we go on shelter in place, and then 3 weeks where we're back, or 4 months, or 4 weeks and so forth, that we can be back in business again. And it's to prepare ourselves for those 3-week blocks at this time and to set aside a time, say from mid-November to early December, from mid-January to beginning of February, from mid-March to mid-April, to have those set times, already in place, and then we can argue and discuss that issue in the following months. That can keep us all open and prepared for the upcoming year. Thank you.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everybody. Scott Largent, just kind of wrapping up things here at the county building, saying hi to, or I'm sorry, goodbye to all my coworkers that are going home for the day. Still waiting for my paycheck that hasn't showed up yet, so maybe there's a glitch in the system. The reason I'm commenting right now on item number 7 is we talk a lot about having, these dashboards and stuff putting into place and kind of, the 411 on what's really going on. And I hear a lot of you supervisors requesting this stuff all the time. It's like we need another report, we need staff to get back, and it's just a system that just kicks the can nonstop. Maybe I should just leave it at that, I need a bigger megaphone. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last speaker on this item. I'm going to close the public testimony on this item after Janet Diaz.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janet Diaz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Janet Diaz again today. PBS clerk at Valley Med and SCIU Local 521 Chapter President. It is important for the county to know that SCIU has been looking into the financial impacts that the near future will bring to the county budget and its implications. So for that reason, how can we work together to resist the call for austerity as a way to deal with the budget deficits? We know austerity will hurt those who rely on public services, the utmost vulnerable, impacted by the pandemic, such as unemployed, unhoused, uninsured, low-income minorities, and immigrants. But if any state and county in this country can choose a different route to overcome budget deficits, we believe it is California and Santa Clara County. We know it'll be hard to do, but if we want to live up to our shared vision of a just society.
Thank you. So on item 7, so I'm going to ask if there are any comments from my colleagues. If you want to let me know if there are. If there aren't, then I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on item 7.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you all very much.
Item 8 is a referral that I'm bringing forward to administration to report to the board on June 2nd with options to quickly implement a community health and business engagement team to promote the safe operations of business and educate the public to promote continued adherence to the public health orders with an emphasis on the communities in Santa Clara County whose residents have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. For my colleagues, I'm asking our staff to come forward with a mechanism to quickly implement what's really called a promotora program. And it looks to ask for 200 folks to distribute masks, connect people with testing, and promote adherence to the health order. Creating this team would deploy trained community health workers into the community to interact and speak with businesses, community organizations, and residents in languages that they can understand. We've seen this method work successfully in our communities before through the Every Woman Counts Mammography Access Program and our existing census and voter registration programs. I think by providing businesses and community members with resources and materials on how to keep safe, this will alleviate potential costs on the county of future infections, particularly as we see and anticipate a second wave. The costs and burdens on our hospital and businesses will also be avoided through investments of this referral. I'm recommending that this initiative be placed within the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency, as they have experience and expertise to deploy a team into the community and maneuver through public health institutions. This group has successfully managed the Healthy Nail Salon program. I want to just again appreciate Mike Wasserman for getting his toenails painted as a part of that. And a major portion of our businesses, and part of how we got got people to sign up, was we had face-to-face conversations. I recognize these would need to be face-to-face conversations 6 feet apart, but I think that's very important to getting people to take care of themselves, protect their businesses, and protect their families. This referral requests only 20% of the size of the contact tracing team that we're moving forward with this. And this is only 1/5 anyway. 200 members from a county of nearly 2 million is a minimal request, and it would be to focus countywide on hotspots. We should also include consideration of youth for our Intern and Earn program. Typically in non-COVID years, our county has been able to support over 550 vulnerable youth. And in addition, we have just a swell of nonprofits that have the appropriate relationships with the community to help us provide opportunities. We have to increase also our partnerships with CalWorks and our foster youth program and CalFresh. So with that, I would like to make a motion to put that motion on the floor, ask for a second, then I'll go to public comment, and then I'll come back to my colleagues. So I'd like to make that as a motion. Do I have a second?
I'm happy to second it. I have some questions that I'll ask when we come back.
Thank you. And I'm not sure exactly who went first, but I don't know if it was Dave or Susan.
Oh, he's welcome to it. That's fine.
Okay, then I'll leave it with Dave, and then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back to the board. So with that, will the clerk please call upon the speakers? And each speaker will get 1 minute.
The first speaker will be Jennifer Keller. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Jennifer Keller-Hercloyd. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, one of the community-based organizations that works closely in all of the communities you're referencing. I think from listening to this whole meeting today, we all know the landscape of public health needs and resources is changing continually. It's difficult to keep up, even if you're skilled at navigating systems. And we really appreciate the county's efforts so far to engage the public. Now we need to invest directly in this step to engage the community as reopening begins, and not only to educate, but to develop a two-way information stream. This is especially important as we continue to hear data from surveys to see what people on the ground in these communities truly need and help to respond to them. We wholeheartedly support this referral, and thank you so much for your support for it.
The next speaker is Efren Delgado. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Efrain Delgado, and I'm a civic engagement community organizer with the Asian Law Alliance. I live in the 3rd Supervisorial District, and I would like to express my full support for the implementation of the Community Health and Business Engagement Team. As we all have come to learn over the past few weeks, COVID-19 has a disproportionate impact on lower income neighborhoods in Santa Clara County. I believe we should be proactive in combating the spread of COVID-19 during the reopening phases and focusing on areas in our county with crowded living conditions and lower rates of health insurance access. Lastly, this effort is also a great idea because it keeps in mind that to be successful, you must be able to provide this critical information in a linguistically and culturally competent manner, and really leveraging community-based organizations to pass along that information is a really key tactic that should be used. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all agree in the need to implement the Community Health and Business Engagement Team. Thank you.
The next speaker is Erica Villa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute, and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm the manager of community prevention from Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence. I am here to speak in support of CHBE team. Historically, when there has been a disastrous event like a pandemic, the national and international emergency preparedness experts have recognized as an essential component of response and recovery capabilities is adopting community-based workforce that include community health workers, promotores de salud, nonprofits, and other groups. By launching community-based programs, we can recruit with a racial equity framework and train individuals, including unemployed residents and recent graduates. Supporting these efforts provides an opportunity to involve those greatly impacted to be part of the solution and help address other public health issues that are on the rise at a much higher rate, such as domestic violence, because of this pandemic. Overall, implementing CHBE team will help contain COVID-19, advance equity, ensure safer, healthier, and more resilient communities, especially our most vulnerable. Thank you.
The next speaker is V. Raudales, V-R-A-U-D-A-L-E-S. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, supervisors, for all that you do. My name is Vanessa Raudales. I am a program supervisor for a federally funded children's grant program at Gardner Health Services. GHS's mission has always been to improve the health of the communities we serve, particularly those that are disenfranchised, disadvantaged, and the most vulnerable. Gardner provides culturally appropriate primary care and behavioral health services to approximately 40,000 low-income individuals, including the homeless population. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a rise in anxiety and emotional distress, which is making our clients more vulnerable to mental health issues. GHS continues to provide services for diverse populations, including the Latino community, through 9 locations and 6 of them being health centers. On behalf of our CEO, Raimundo Espinosa, Gardner supports a proposal to establish a community health and business engagement team and recommends moving it forward to include nonprofits such as Gardner Health Services.
The next speaker is Gladys Ng. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Gladys Ng. We'll move on to Olivia. The next speaker will be Olivia.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Olivia Ortiz. I'm a community leader and a small business owner at Meta LLC, a corporately owned business that serves as a bridge between institutions and community. We support the community health and business team using the Promotores community health worker model, as we believe is the best and most efficient way to inform our most impacted at risk communities about COVID-19 guidelines and resources available to them. People are going through a lot right now. Fear, worry, anxiety. They need people that they know and who they can trust. That is what we, other promotoras, provide, a sense of understanding and a relationship of trust. They know us because they have seen us in the community helping time and time again. Even right now, they see all of us helping out of distributions for diapers, food, and resources. The promotor model is the best way to make sure people get the information and resources they need. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I do think this is very important work right here. My concerns, and a lot of you know I voice this a lot, that the homeless and the mentally ill would be kind of left out of the process right here. They do have different courts that are set up throughout the United States that specialize in homeless issues. They have like homeless court, just like how we have mental health court. I believe we need a team like this that's going to focus on the needs of the mentally ill and homeless. I worry that they are going to become a boat anchor on our recovery for Santa Clara County throughout this COVID-19 process. And they are just being forgotten right now. Go downtown right now. I've talked about this for years. It's a psych ward down there. We need to start addressing these issues right now. we need to start providing care and services for these people, or they're never going to get out of the hole. They're never going to recover with us. I'm very concerned. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wesley Mukoyama. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Wesley? Okay, we'll move and try Gladys Ng. Gladys Ng, I'm unmuting you. Are you available?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and supervisors. My name is Gladys Seng. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, with each passing day, it's evident that our East San Jose residents are having a heavy burden during the COVID-19 pandemic. More cases, more deaths, and more suffering. I support the creation of the Community Health and Business Engagement Team and its attention to addressing residents who have been most affected by COVID-19. To successfully reopen Santa Clara County safely, we will need to ensure culturally and linguistically appropriate outreach and engagement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victor Vasquez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Victor Vasquez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, us at Somos Mayfair went supportive of this initiative to create the Community Health and Business Engagement Team. We've witnessed the effectiveness of the promotor model, and we used it for health, education, housing, even civic engagement to increase decision-making power in the lives of residents. And luckily, we know that our Latino community fares very, it's behind in terms of access to protective equipment, access to affordable care and community education, and this increases the exposure to COVID-19. We think that Promotora model in this project will be very helpful in ensuring that there's trusting relationships with professional residents that could also provide education for the community. We urge you to move forward with this referral, include the Promotoras in the leadership project. Thank you for your leadership.
The next speaker will be Adriana Garcia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Adriana Garcia. I am with Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence and support this effort. I have personally seen how the impacts of COVID-19 have played out in our most vulnerable communities, which are mainly working class people of color. We know that many families live with their other families, which are essential workers, making them even at higher risk. Not only are they at higher risk for COVID-19, but many are at higher risk of domestic violence. Many are who without jobs, loss of income, the kids are at home, there's more pressure, which we know leads to more violence at home. So part of it is also that these promotoras also focus on universal education of healthy relationships. So families going through this domestic violence feel that they are not alone and have access to resources in their communities whenever they feel is more comfortable and at the right time for them. And the health workers have that relationship with the community. So I urge you to please pass this. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Wesley Mukoyama. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I support these motions, and I also support Scott Largent's proposal. I do think we need to go to the homeless, mentally ill, and along with the homeless, mentally ill, perhaps mental health workers could go along as well to help them deal with their situations and bring them more resources for their needs, and also bring testing. So thank you very much for this motion or this proposal, Cindy, and I do hope you can expand it to the homeless, mentally ill, and to undocumented Asians and Latinos, as well as other populations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to just let the clerk know that Lorraine will be the last speaker on this item.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Hui. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. This is Hui Tran. I'm with the Vietnamese American Roundtable, and I'm here to speak in favor of the of President Chavez's referral. You know, VAR has been putting on weekly live streams to ensure that the best and most up-to-date information about available resources and maintaining our health is shared with our community. We've done that in part because some in our community get their information from unchecked and unverified sources. This is an issue that's going to have to be addressed as we enter phase 2, and certain businesses are allowed to operate again with restrictions. You know, there are business owners who will reopen based on their own research, and there are others who refuse to open until they have more guidance or know that they feel more secure against COVID-19. This has been important because having a multilingual team trained by the county to establish best practices will get people feeling more comfortable as we are trying to reopen here. And the model that is presented by President Chavez's referral here is great. It's actually worked for us as we partner with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and the Fair Worker Collaborative.
For our next speaker, we have a translation request. Julie Barba will be translating for Yadil Lopez. I am unmuting both of you. Please accept the unmute, Julie and Yadil, and you will have 2 minutes total to speak.
Hi, Yadil, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. I think we can go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yadil, whenever you're ready, we'll start the timer.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go right ahead.
Hello, Yadil, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you can begin speaking.
Ok. Buenas tardes, presidente Chávez y miembros de la Junta de Supervisores. Mi nombre es Yadel López y estoy aquí para compartir mi apoyo al artículo número 8. He trabajado como trabajadora de salud en el programa de Cada Mujer Vale durante 10 años. Trabajo con un grupo de 10 mujeres cuyo trabajo es ayudar a mujeres a aprender y recibir recursos sobre la salud mamaria y cervical. He tenido el placer de ver cómo dar información y conocimiento a nuestra comunidad latina nos ha ayudado a lograr que tengan mejor conocimiento de salud. Como trabajadora de salud me reúno con un grupo de mujeres en sus hogares, escuelas, organizaciones comunitarias. Dirijo una plática sobre prevención de cáncer de mama y cuello uterino, si es necesario mamografías y papanicolados. En este tiempo he podido integrar información sobre la prevención del COVID-19, el distanciamiento social y otros recursos que las mujeres y sus familias puedan necesitar. No hay nada más efectivo que darnos la información y las herramientas para que podamos educarnos a nosotros mismos y a nuestros vecindarios. Por favor, tomen en cuenta la recomendación de nuestra supervisora Chávez. Gracias.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Yadel Lopez, and today I'm here to share my support for Article number 8. I have worked as a health worker in the Every Woman Counts program for 10 years. I work with a group of 10 women whose job is to help women learn and receive resources about breast and cervical cancer health. I have had the pleasure of seeing how giving information and knowledge to our Latina community has helped achieve better health. As a health worker, I meet with a group of women in their homes, schools, and community organizations. I lead a talk on prevention of breast and cervical cancer, and if necessary, to receive a mammogram or pap smear. At these times, I have been able to integrate information on the prevention of COVID-19, social distancing, and other resources that women and their families need. There is nothing more effective than giving us the information and tools so that we can educate ourselves and our neighbors. Please take into account Super Chavez's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker will be Lorraine Zeller. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. And you will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you. I'm Lorraine Zeller, and I'm a recently retired mental health peer support worker and a community advocate. I commend President Chavez for this referral to support and promote our business community and most vulnerable citizens. I do have to say that I'm in agreement with Scott Largent and Wesley Mukiyama and would like to expand the outreach and give equal attention to people with illness and our homeless community. I think that with this program in place, team members can prevent and limit the spread of COVID-19 and also support our business owners. So thank you very much for this referral. I'm in strong support.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to my colleagues for discussion and feedback, and I'll start with Supervisor Cortese and come this way. Dave, did you have any questions or comments?
Just support. I don't have any questions. Thank you. Thanks for bringing it forward. I think it's part of what we need to do going forward. Thank you.
Susan?
Thank you. I do have some questions to help me understand it better. I think that that it really is an important part of our response efforts, and I certainly agree that they need to be targeted to disproportionately impacted neighborhoods and community groups. Three questions about the referral specifically. And you alluded to the contact tracers. So given the current need to staff up our contact tracing workforce, which should also retain workers with a great deal of cultural sensitivity, diverse language skills, experience engaging with the community, all of the things that you just described, what are we putting in place to assure that the development of that team doesn't detract from the contact tracing, the development of this team doesn't detract from the contract tracing ramp up? I know it's a smaller group, but particularly if we're asking the tracing volunteers, the tracing folks to volunteer their time, do you envision these roles as paid or volunteer?
So you have two questions in there, so let me just decouple them.
Okay.
I would ask the staff to give us options so that one body of work doesn't negatively impact another. And you may also have noticed that we gave it to a different department than our public health department. So it's outside of the EOC, very purposefully in the environmental services department, because they have their own set of skills. I think that we could do one of a number of things. No matter what, we should be asking for volunteers right now. So anybody who is out of work and who would like to volunteer, meaning they're retired or they're able to work from home and they would like to do work with the community, they could do this. What is different about this body of work and contact tracing, the way that I understand contact tracing, is that most of the work being done for contact tracing will be done from a computer using a phone, not as much personal interaction. The Promotora program, which is very different, is people going out to the community, having discussions with people face to face, albeit 6 feet apart, but it is intended to do something we're not doing now, which is have face-to-face interactions with hard to serve communities. What I hope the staff will consider is partnering with either county employees and nonprofit employees. It may have a different skill set than those that are required for contact tracing.
Okay, so it's unlikely to be overlapping. I would.
It may not, it may be, but I that's why I want the staff to get a little bit of time to talk to each other about that and bring some ideas back for us.
Okay, great. It actually could be a really interesting model if they do overlap, if the same people can function as contact tracers and the promotoras, where they meet both descriptions, because it's just more community relationship building, more trust, more familiarity, if the qualifications have that overlap. I'm only hesitant and worrying that, do we really have enough people? And certainly different groups may be attracted to the different types of work, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. How do we do, as you say, everything all at once?
Right, and it's a good question, and we should ask the staff. I will just add one other thing, that most of the promotoras that are utilized in the community, and the community health partnership could give some examples of this, are actually community leaders that are trained and then educated on how to go out into their neighborhoods. So it is a slightly different, it's a significantly different skill set, I think, for some, but we'll get more information from the staff.
Okay, and you preemptively answered my question about why this is not being set up under public health or EOC. leadership, and that makes sense. Yeah, I certainly feel good about supporting it today, and we'll be interested to see what reassurances administration can come back with to help us know that one effort won't detract from the other, and that we really stay focused on meeting those 5 indicators, pushing ahead, getting us out of the shelter in place is really the what I need to see remain as the overarching priority right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you. I have a number of comments and questions, Supervisor, leading up to what I expect will be an aye vote, because I'm fundamentally buying into the concept, excuse me. I do have just a few questions and comments. I guess the first is just to say that my vote today it should not be deemed a endorsement or support for the number 200. I don't know if that's the right number.
I don't either.
And I don't know if that's too many or too little, truly. I really don't have. So I would ask staff to come back with some thinking about what kind of commitment of person power this is going to require to get the job done, which I know is what we're all interested in. I'm also not, by my vote today, indicating support necessarily for placement with environmental health. I've heard some of the comments about where this effort might or might not belong, but I think I'd like to hear staff's best thinking about whether that's the right place for such an effort to be headquartered or centered. I certainly share the concern that's been expressed that public health has plenty on its plate already, so I get that. But I just, I don't want to suppose an answer to that when there might be other options that hadn't been considered yet. I
so
would
Joe,
also,
do you want to report back on that too? Like if they had an alternative?
Yeah, when the report comes back to the board, I'd like to hear the staff's best judgment on that issue in particular. I'd also like to know what staff's view is on how we can get to those who are disproportionately impacted and yet still be county-wide, which you were kind enough to indicate was your intent, Supervisor Chavez. Certainly there are pockets of populations who are disproportionately impacted, but disproportionately impacted may mean different things in different circumstances. So clearly race and ethnicity is the factor. I would argue clearly income level is a factor. Looking at the data, age and comorbidities clearly is a factor. And then we've got folks who are disproportionately impacted, as someone referenced earlier in the conversation, working throughout the entire county. So if, for example, the way we wanted to make sure that folks who do the very hard work back of house in restaurants were protected, those restaurants are throughout the entire county. And so I'd like some thinking about, does that mean that the effort then is throughout the entire county if the folks who are disproportionately impacted are in fact employed in businesses and industries throughout the entire county as we go forward? I like a lot about this, Supervisor, so please don't misunderstand my many questions. It reminds me, frankly, of a much more robust take on the community health workers for the Asian Pacific Islander community issue that I brought forward a while ago, which was itself a recognition that even within the API community, there were subpopulations that were disproportionately affected in terms of their health outcomes. So I think you're absolutely on the right track, but I'm not yet prepared to sign off on some of the details, which you as the author have had a chance to think through, I think, but that I would like the staff to come back with some greater degree of comment on. With that, I'll be an aye vote.
So what we're going to include is whether or not there's an opportunity for an overlap with contact tracing, what the right number is, and organizing model is how I'm going to address the the location of what department it should be in. And one other alternative is whether or not that should be an internal department or whether or not we want to work with the Community Health Partnership or some other organization to play lead on that. So I don't know that that needs to be internal. And then finally, the organizing model. And what I'm going to ask staff on that is to take a look at the in partnership with organizations like the Community Health Partnership, to look at the organizing model currently used by the promotores, because it is a model that is that directly would impact the number question you asked, Supervisor Simidian. They're linked depending on the strategy that would be used. And one other thing I'll just add is that the strategy that could be used may be impacted once the program starts, that people find a different or better way to get into those communities. This, one last thing I'll just say is that one, I know we're asking the staff to do a lot of thinking in a really short period of time. I feel like this is urgent. I'm watching the governor and his actions, and I'm fearful that it actually puts the community that I represent at serious risk, and pockets of Sunnyvale and pockets of Mountain View in particular, but even, our partnership with East Palo Alto is something we have to think about. In any case, I don't disagree that there are a lot of places we're going to need to do education.
I may have misspoken earlier by saying environmental health. That was where my head went, because I know how much work we do with the restaurant community. I think you had talked specifically about Consumer Environmental Protection Agency, which of course is the overarching agency. So I didn't want that to confuse people. And one more thing that I'd like to ask you as the proponent and our staff to think about, it ties back in a little bit to some of the questions that Supervisor Ellenberg was asking, is, if these people are going to be out on the street working with the community anyway, do we have the opportunity then to connect the community members with healthcare as part of that? I'm not saying we're sending out healthcare workers, because that's not what my understanding of your proposal is. But my gosh, if you're talking with somebody about best practices and what the rules are and how, and you come across somebody who's either symptomatic or who says that they've been symptomatic, is there a way to connect them with telemedicine? Is there a way to say, great, we brought the mobile van to the neighborhood for just this area?
Exactly the point.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that if we've got 200 people out there looking for dots, that we then connect the dots. That's my pitch.
That is exactly the point. And this is intended to be, these are health educators that are, that they get trained, and then they know every nook and cranny in their communities. That's exactly right. All right. With that, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. I'm supporting the referral. I just wanted to give Dr. Smith a chance as far as the June 2nd date, if that was realistic. The best way to help people in the conditions that we're talking about here, if they work in a restaurant and the restaurant's allowed curbside service, they're not needed. There's very few people that are needed. There's a lot of businesses that are allowed in a partial way that are going to fail. So I understand the study that what you're saying in the referral, and I understand, continuing. What I like the most about it, Cindy, Supervisor, Madam President, okay, is the—
Dr. Smith, hold on one second. Dr. Smith, you're not muted. Go ahead.
Is to promote the continued adherence to public health orders. That's the most important thing, because once a business does get released, they need to follow these protocols, and they need to know what those protocols are. And I think that's very important to do. And I look forward to administration bringing back their suggestion on how to make this happen.
Thank you. So I really appreciate everybody's comments and feedback. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. If I didn't just, Oh my gosh, I did something to my screen and you all disappeared and then I got nervous. Okay, so what I'm going to do is ask for a roll call vote. Before we take that vote, only because it's related broadly to businesses, I made reference earlier in this meeting to a meeting that a set of hearings that I was hoping we were going to do on Friday to start to address how we were reopening. I got an angry text from one of my colleagues saying, "What meeting?" And what I did not fully appreciate is that I didn't appreciate that I myself had not done a very good job of communicating with everybody, and I'll take full responsibility for that mistake. In part, we were having a little bit of challenges working with the clerk's office. No one's fault. I'm not actually blaming them because the clerk, you're amazing. It's just that I think we got a little over our skis. I will say that I have a sense of urgency about doing this because as I'm watching what the governor is doing, the reason that we chose this Friday, and frankly, we were looking at another Friday, was to make sure that we were having fulsome conversations with the public as we're doing today while these openings are happening, so that there's a much deeper understanding of what it takes to be safely reopened. And I just want to undergird that point. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and work with the staff. We're going to give the board some more options on dates. So we're going to withdraw the Friday recommendation. Frankly, I canceled a bunch of my appointments because I knew about it and you all didn't, so I don't want to put you in a spot. That being said, I'm going to go with the first date that we have 3 members of the board at minimum available, and then I'm just going to move because, frankly, I'm feeling a sense of urgency. You've all raised a sense of urgency, but I want us to make sure we're having these hearings. So I'm going to ask staff publicly to withdraw the Friday date, to ask the clerk to please talk to my colleagues to get 2 dates from them. And whatever 2 dates, the first 2 dates, we have 3 people, we're going to move. If we can't get those 3 dates scheduled within the next, 2 dates with 3 people scheduled within the next 10 days, I'm going to ask the clerk to let me know that, because if in fact we're not able to move quickly, I will be asking whether or not my colleagues are comfortable with the COVID subcommittee taking those hearings, because they need to happen. So I apologize to all of you for that. Yes, Mike.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to understand. It sounds like you mentioned all-day hearings, first of all.
That's right. They're all day.
Okay. And the purpose is for those businesses that have been allowed to reopen or partially reopen to have speakers from businesses?
So what happened was maybe a month ago, I brought forward a referral that allowed us to hire IEM and then to be able to have surveys done, one-on-one interviews done with them. And as part of that, I embedded in that referral the opportunity for us to do hearings, to listen to industries by industry, be able to present how they could reopen safely. This happened so long ago, we didn't have that much open safely. At that time, I recommended that because I wanted all the board included, I wanted these hearings to happen. Susan, I know, I was being silly. I wanted these hearings to happen during the board meetings because I thought we could take one slice at a time. What I've recognized from listening to the questions you all have is that it seems to me that by being able to have 2 days dedicated to this in hearings, it will give the board a more fulsome appreciation of the challenges that businesses have, and if we need to take action, to be able to do that. So the only difference is, instead of embedding it in meetings that have already become super, super, super long, we're going to just do 2 days of long meetings. The agenda will be sent out to all of you in the next day or 2.
Okay, Madam Chair, it sounds like you're saying professions, maybe some that have opened or some that haven't opened.
That's correct.
They're reopening implementation plans.
That's correct.
I'm aware of that with the auto dealership and the construction industry. The barbers are putting one together. The wineries are doing one.
Everybody is.
I guess what I'm asking you at this point, which is very important, because to put on all-day meetings and require staff to put together everything for the meetings and clerks and everything else to go, I guess I would wonder, we don't have a decision-making authority on whether or not they open or not.
So Supervisor Wasserman, we We voted on this already, and we took an action as a board, and irrespective of whether or not we have a direct role, we do have policymaking roles, just like the last two referrals we discussed. Those are policy recommendations we're making based on the overall experience we're having. So that's why I asked for IEM. That's why I asked for this to be embedded. And I do just want to apologize to my colleagues. You will get the full agendas for both days and options for participating.
Okay, so when they present the plan, is your intention that we critique their plans?
No, my intention is that, well, you might have questions to ask about them. Yes, each board member will be able to use their time. However, we do just like at a regular board meeting. Let me get the materials to you. This isn't actually on the agenda. I'm kind of stealing this item 8 to make sure that I just wanted to be clear with everybody. And Mike, I'm certainly more than happy to have a deeper discussion with you about how this will flow. But I think when you see the agendas, it'll make more sense.
Okay, and does the PHO need to be there then?
I'm going to leave that up to Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith will make a decision about its staffing. The reason we hired IEM was actually to remove a bunch of responsibility from our staff. The staff we are going to be engaging is a staff that needs a dinner break right now, and that's the clerk's office. All right.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Can I jump in?
No, please.
I think that you don't need to take the full responsibility. I gather from the discussion that during the task force, I was supposed to be scheduling these meetings. So I'm sorry about it if I misunderstood.
Don't worry about it. It's all fine. This isn't even the worst thing that's going to happen today. We're good. So may I go to a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Simidian, aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
President Chavez.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. And I really want to thank my colleagues. Thoughtful input, stuff I didn't think about. This is great. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 30-minute break so that our clerks don't go on strike. It's 5:44 right now. Let's see each other again at 6:15. That's good with everybody? All right. Thanks, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to give a couple minute, 2-minute warning. I think that's the right way to do it, or a minute. Mike, you knew what that was. There he is. Before we begin, just giving everybody a chance to get back settled in. Thank you very much. As I call the meeting back to order, I don't think we need to take roll call again, right?
I think it would be good for the record, just to make sure.
All right, thank you, Colin.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Here.
Present. Supervisor Simidian?
Present.
Present. Supervisor Cortese?
Here.
Present. Vice President Wasserman?
Here.
And President Chavez?
Here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to item 9, and this is to receive a report relating to the county budget. And I'm going to turn this over, I think, to Dr. Smith.
Yes, you are. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colin, do you have the slide deck? Okay.
Yes, I do. I'll be getting it up in a couple seconds.
It's up.
Yay.
So, as you said, Madam President, this is a update concept about the budget for next year for 2021. I want to reemphasize to the public, this is not the presentation of the recommended budget. This is only our update of what's going on with revenues and expenditures and our explanation of the concepts that staff has been using to develop the recommended budget, which will be delivered slightly before June 15th. Again, the recommended budget this year will be considered more of a continuation budget rather than an actual final budget. We are focusing on planning to evaluate the assumptions that we're making in the recommended budget after the recommended budget is approved, because there are so many moving parts at the state, federal, and local level that we can't really be confident that what we're going to recommend in the budget in June will actually be able to be approved and followed through with. So again, this is we're giving you information about progress of the recommended budget. Next page. So the presentation we're going to give you today is designed to give a concept of where we are. And for the public, we wanted to go over what discretionary revenues currently exist and where the vulnerabilities are based on what's going on at the state, local, and federal level. We wanted to go over which departments depend on which types of revenue, then talk about our deficit and proposed solutions. We'll talk about next steps, and then we'll go on to funding presumptions for COVID, a little bit about what the May revise might involve, something about definite scenarios after next year, and then a timeline for this year. Next page. So out of the $8.3 billion budget, the board really only has flexibility with 21% of it, or about $1.7 billion. The rest of the funding is programmed or linked to other programs, which really gives us very little discretion. This is a list of the discretionary funding. You can see that the majority of it is property tax. I'll just go through it a little bit. The first two lines are the secured tax plus the RPTF residual, which is from redevelopment residual. Then the next two are also property taxes. The retirement levy is our next biggest chunk, 219 million. Then we have, in lieu of property tax, the VLF transfer, which is not property tax, but during the realignments, it was given to the local governments in order to substitute for the property tax loss during Prop 13. Then you go down a little bit farther and we have ERAF, which is 180 million, and public safety sales tax, which is a state funding source, which is doled out by the state based on a formula. It's collected from statewide property tax. Next page. So out of those that I just listed, these are all the ones that are at great risk from the state and the federal government at this point. Our property tax is at great risk because of the attempts at the state level to basically take the property tax in order to fill their funding gap. Same is true with VLF. They're attempting to get at our retiree benefit levy, and the public safety sales tax is probably going to go down. And the big thing that's a problem is ERAF. What is going on at the state level right now is trying to capture ERAF, which would essentially mean that we and San Francisco and San Mateo and Marin would be substituting our general fund for the state's budget deficit. And it would really just fall on those 4 counties. For us, out of the 180 million, they're attempting to take 107 million. That would also be a significant amount of money that would come out of cities and other special districts in addition to the 107 million. So for all of the cities, it would total up to about 26.5 million if the budget goes through as the May revise proposed it. For all of the special districts, it would be another 6.6 million. So this is a huge problem for us, and will have to be something that we spend a lot of time on between now and July 1st. Next page. I wanted to show you some of the problems that are associated with this downturn in the economy that we're facing, not just because of COVID, but because we're at a point where we knew a recession was coming anyhow, but COVID really pushed it over the edge. This is data that's collected from Google. It's activity data. Basically shows where people are spending their time by following their cell phones. Partially a representation of shelter in place, partially a representation of the downturn in the economy, but you can see that retail and recreation are losing a huge amount, down 59%. Workplaces are down 66%, transit down 67%. Groceries and pharmacy down significantly. The only thing that's up is residential, which represents people spending time at home. Next page. So to talk about how our funding works in the county, out of the 8.3 billion, as I mentioned, there's piles or pots of money. Some are very discretionary, others are not. This is a list of the major funding sources and the departments that are reliant upon them. So at the top of the list are those funding sources which are dedicated and there's really no discretion: roads, libraries, parks. Then the next list or next category is those that are broadly restricted, mostly to health, but also to AB 109. These are funds that have to be spent on either health or custody, but within those realms can be readjusted. Then there's, on the next line, fees and ratepayer revenues. These are also fees that are paid to the enterprise funds. We have 4 enterprise funds: the sanitary districts, the Valley Medical Center, the Valley Health Plan, and airports, which aren't listed there, but they are. So those fees and ratepayer revenues have to be spent in those areas. Then the next is shared funding. These are where we have typically a maintenance of effort. So we have to put in discretionary funding in exchange for getting funding from state and feds. Biggest section of this is social services and in-home supportive services, but you can see there are a number of other services that have a smaller amount of match. And then the last group is the only area where you have discretion as a board. This is general fund, which can be spent on anything, but you can see that most of the general government departments are dependent completely upon this source of funding. So when you lose a huge amount of funding, there's very little discretion to replace it. Next page. That being said, in addition, in many of the services that are not mandated by law, if the board chooses to enter into them, they have to enter into them with certain standards, which mean that we have to fund the capacity to provide those standards. The biggest one on this page is Valley Medical Center, where the board is not required, the county is not required by law to have a hospital system. However, once you do have a hospital system, you have to run it pursuant to rules and regulations, and you have to staff it. Same is true with public health programs. There's very little mandated in the law about how big the program has to be. We have a health program that's robust. Same is true with mental health. We have what we call an overmatched program, which means we only really have to pay basically 1/3 of the revenue that we spend on health, on mental health. But because we have a system that actually provides services, we spend a lot more than that on it. And then probate conservatorship, we're not required to do it all. And we do have a probate conservator system. Next page. So this is what we're seeing right now, and this is what will show up in the recommended budget. Obviously, this is 50,000-foot view. Our total deficit right now is about 300 million. That's based on costs accelerating well beyond our projected revenues. Also, the projected revenues in the hospital and health system are lagging, which means that we don't have revenue to support that, which means we have to use general fund subsidy. So those revenues are lagging. And we also have projections about loss from COVID and from other activities going into the, or coming from the state's May revise that will cause problems. Now you can see we're proposing solutions to this $300 million that rely a lot on one-time funds. We would typically never recommend this, but in this situation where there's so many moving parts and we really can't tell where the ongoing fund streams are going to happen and how big they're going to be, we felt it would be imprudent for us to recommend large reductions in personnel and large terminations before we have a better idea of what's actually going to happen at the state level when the budget gets approved, and a better idea of what's happening at the federal level when the actual COVID revenue sources are determined. So 220 million is from one-time funding sources. There are some revenue sources at VMC which have to do with funds that we are confident we're going to get, and then we're recommending reserves be incorporated into the budget this time, so that we're basically taking almost all of the reserves except for the contingency reserve in order to make recommendations for total solutions. I think Gary Graves, who used to be the chief operating officer and has a long history here with the county, wanted to give some historical input about the size and magnitude of this budget deficit. Gary, are you on?
I am. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. I didn't expect to have dinner with the board today, but here I am. I wish I could come in and help out under better circumstances, but you know, the bottom line here is that you know, the county is going to be facing a very challenging time moving forward. You know, as Jeff said, in the past, the county has faced some pretty serious financial issues. You probably don't remember, I think, except for Dave, that with the last recession, and we faced deficits that were pretty close to 300 million, and in fact had deficits for 11 straight years, and we closed gaps that totaled over $2 billion. And we did use a lot of one-time funds, because that really was the way in which we could continue to move the organization forward and to really address the need to provide essential services, at the same time providing ourselves with some additional opportunity to determine how we were going to restructure the organization so it could live within its means. Obviously, the difficulty in this particular year, I think, revolves around the fact that this all happened so quickly without obviously it being expected. The majority of discretionary revenues are really economically sensitive when you're looking at property tax, sales tax, and obviously the shelter in place is really affecting that. And what isn't clear is the extent or the duration during or when these revenues, or the amount these revenues are going to decline over what period of time. And so that's why I think it's very important, and the reason that this strategy is being proposed is to really provide enough time to better understand what is going to happen. And it's going to take, I think, several iterations over the next 12 months to really determine how the county is going to be able to move forward on an ongoing basis. But obviously, a lot of the risks are the result of the state, projecting a $50 billion deficit. The whole issue with excess ERAF, as Jeff said, is really them looking for solutions for funding for schools, and that would be a big impact on the county. So those are the risks that I think that will be will be discussed a little later when we really try to identify what it is that we're going to be looking for moving forward. So I think those are or my perspectives, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, next page. Thanks, Gary. So a little bit about what our strategy is for putting together the recommended budget. Obviously, the board has now a longer opportunity this year to mull over the recommended budget and won't be asked to approve a final budget until August. But we want to focus first on the so-called easy reductions, which basically means to focus on eliminating funded, unfilled positions. We want to make sure that we don't damage programs. We want to make sure that we maintain public health in their emergency response. We also have clear direction from the board about certain priorities. We don't have all the priorities listed on this slide because they wouldn't all fit, but in addition to what's there, some that clearly should have been there was our childcare programs, universal childcare, plus our employee childcare, plus our efforts to coordinate childcare referral services. So that was a part that we didn't include there, but there's a lot of other things that aren't included, and the board knows what they are. We wanted to maintain our administrative infrastructure to be able to make this all work and critical services, and we wanted to reduce our reserves. Next page. So I'll turn this over to Greg, who can go through the rest of the strategy with regard to the one-time funding. Greg?
Yeah, good evening, President Chavez, members of the board. This is Greg Ituria, County Budget Director. And the other part of our overall budget strategy, as mentioned by Dr. Smith and by Gary Graves, is the reliance on some one-time solutions and recognizing also one-time expenses are still needed in the next fiscal year. So the recommended budget strategy includes the continued funding of the most critical projects while postponing lower priority projects. It reduces reserves of a one-time nature, such as the previous community hospital integration reserve and building capacity expansion reserve. Eliminates those. It maximizes the use of restricted fund balances and the use of federal aid for the COVID-19 fight. It also recognizes the current extraordinary hiring review that's also taking place right now to make sure that we're only adding new staff for critical and essential services or those where funding sources are more secure. Next page, please. Between now and the public hearing on the recommended budget to be held in August, we will continuously monitor revenue trends and their factors, maximize the use of the federal state reimbursements, and determine the state budget impacts. If the state passes its budget on time, then we will very likely need to make changes to the recommended budget in August when the board deliberates and finalizes the fiscal year 2021 budget. We also need to prepare for the following fiscal year, as we expect that fiscal year will have the largest budget deficit this county has been exposed to. Throughout the summer, we will continue to diagnose this fiscal damage from the recession, and we will need the county leadership to identify priorities and strategies this fall so we can move more aggressively to downsize the organization to fit the new realities, particularly in preparation for fiscal year 21-22. That's the fiscal year after next. Next page, please. We can take a multi-year approach to address the suddenly large budget deficit created by this recession, because the county has strong cash balances and fund balances after 8 years of economic growth, but also because the COVID-19 funding available from the federal and state sources. While these COVID-19 funding sources are only one-time sources, they are significant, and they can be used not only to pay for the extra supplies and services needed for the pandemic response, but they can also pay for the immense diversion of work being performed by county employees when they're working on the pandemic response instead of their regular duties. Also, some of these resources can be used to backfill revenue losses caused by the pandemic. This strategy allows the county to delay more significant reductions in force until after the initial phases of this emergency response. Next page, please.
Let me jump in here for a second. On the last page, I just want to make sure the board understands that out of all of those funds that are listed, the ones that we've actually received are the CARES Act funding of 158 and part of the CARES Act funding for 67 million. The rest are presumptions that are good presumptions, but we're concerned because particularly the FEMA numbers that we're presuming are really just estimates, and we don't know for sure whether that will actually come through. So I'd like I said earlier when we were talking about the expenditures for COVID, we're hoping for these funds, but we haven't received all of them. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, thank you. And for the governor's May budget revision, on May 14th, Governor Newsom released the May revision to his proposed state budget. It contains major changes to what he released in January. Many of the proposals, if approved by the legislature, would impact funding to county programs and services dependent upon state funding. It also includes a proposal to change how the property tax is allocated, the ERAP transfer change that was described by Dr. Smith earlier. If that solution was to pass, it's a solution for the state, but it would be a significant loss to local governments in our county. Next slide, please.
Greg, I'm going to ask if you can speak a little more into your mic. The little bit of what you heard, said was a little hard to follow.
Okay, all right. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
And so also the governor's May revision proposes to cancel funding for several programs and to reduce reimbursement rates for others. The state legislature is also working on new proposals and budget balancing solutions. If the state budget is adopted on time, then the governor's proposals and the legislature's proposals will have to be reconciled in less than a month.
I'm sorry, Greg,
yes.
We're still having a little trouble hearing you. I think what you said was we have 1 month before the governor finalizes all of this.
That's right. We have about 1 month before the governor and the state legislature reconcile their different proposals and ultimately have a state budget if they adopt that on time.
I should also point out that part of the guesswork involved in this year is exactly what you saw in the previous slide, the trigger cuts. The trigger cuts rely upon funding actually coming from the federal programs in order to preserve Medi-Cal and a number of other services. And if the state doesn't know whether those funds are going to be here by the end of this fiscal year, there will be a real challenge to balance their budget. And that puts everything at risk, because the typical reality is that they would move ahead with the triggers, which would force us to make the cuts. And then if the federal money came later, they might restore the cuts, but obviously that would be a little too late for us. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, so one of the main reasons why it's important to conduct the budget hearings in August this year is so we can see what the state decides ultimately in its funding decisions when it adopts the state budget. So we should all be prepared to see significant adjustments to the recommended budget after the state passes their budget that we will be introducing into the budget hearing on August 17th after we calculate those impacts. Next slide, please. The ongoing costs funded in the recommended budget with one-time funds, as noted earlier by Dr. Smith, is approximately $220 million. So this means that new ongoing solutions will be needed in the future of similar magnitude, since they were only solved at this point with one-time solutions. In addition to that, we don't know yet the ongoing state budget impacts or what will happen with the decisions on ERAF, but the magnitude of possibility is reasonably up to 150 million, potentially more if you let your imagination stray. But we think for planning purposes, we recognize it could be up to that magnitude. And then also, one of the biggest factors for economically sensitive revenues for fiscal year 21-22, or fiscal year after next, is what happens with the assessed valuation of property next year, which is affected by values, construction activity, property ownership turnover. And so we will be watching these factors very closely next year, watching how the assessed valuation rule gets developed by the assessor, so we can have a better sense of what the property tax revenue is going to look like in fiscal year 21-22, fiscal year after next. But nonetheless, as we note here, the range of possibility, the reasonable range of possibility is significant there as well. Further, the natural growth in the cost of a unit of service considers cost of labor, cost of services and supplies, and other inflationary factors. And based on multi-year agreements and trends, we believe this will be at least $80 million annual growth for the current level of service, but also could be quite a bit higher, in that we don't know if some of these other funding sources, besides the discretionary fees and grants, things of that nature, whether those revenue sources will grow to keep up with the cost of a unit of service. So we have to recognize there is a reasonable range there as well that is significant. So all major variables considered, the budget deficit for the fiscal year after next is likely to be between 300 million and 600 million. The latter number is the reasonable worst case scenario that was requested by Supervisor Cortese at the last board meeting, and we wanted to be sure and get that calculation in front of you as requested. Next slide, please. On June 23rd, the Board of Supervisors will be asked to approve a recommended budget to serve as the interim spending authority until the board makes final budget adjustments in August during the public hearing of the budget. It is our expectation that we will need to be scheduling interim budget sessions throughout next fiscal year afterwards, as new information becomes available, as actions become necessary to maintain our financial health through next fiscal year, and to prepare the organization for what will be a very difficult budget situation in fiscal year 21-22. And this concludes our presentation, and understand that there'll be questions for Dr. Smith, Mr. Graves, or myself. Thank you.
May I just, before we move on, well, let's start with just leaving this slide up. I wanted to ask my colleagues, is it all right if we use that 15-minute marker again This time I'm going to start from Mike Wasserman the other way. And then if people want to come back around, they can do that. I don't know if everybody will need that time, but that would be my goal. And the reason I'm requesting that it be 15 minutes instead of the earlier 10 is just we haven't seen this information before. And so I'm hopeful that this will spur some discussion. So I'll begin with Supervisor Wasserman, go to Supervisor Simidian, Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Cortese, and then myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just need 1 minute. This is totally uncharted territory. In many ways, it's like the financial crisis, the Great Recession when I first got here 9.5 years ago. And there are so many unknowns and so many variables. What we're experiencing right now, the shutdown, partial shutdown, relapse, whatever happens, we have no idea. The majority of our funding, as Jeff was saying, and Greg was saying, comes from the federal and state government. There's very little that's discretionary to us. The tough decisions we're going to have is where to start cutting first, where to start reducing first. And I applaud administration that they started a few months ago with the hiring freeze, that they started a few months ago with asking various departments to reduce their expenditures by 3-4% going into year end. And I recognize this is going to be a monthly analysis, and what the state does to provide its services at the expense of counties and cities, and what the federal government does. And then there's talk of the trillions of dollars they're spending for funding right now for the COVID issue, about taxes going up. So I have no idea what's coming this way. I'm thankful we have the budget people we have in place doing all of this analysis and keeping us up to date minute by minute and bringing decisions to us minute by minute. It's not going to be pretty, and it's not going to be short-lived. And what I've seen so far, I'm fine with. I have no additional questions at this time.
Pardon me. Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. I wonder if our staff could comment a little more on the challenges associated with a state budget that relies so heavily on trigger cuts. Because as we discussed at this morning's Health and Hospital Committee meeting with Mr. Margolin, part of the challenge is that federal action is, given their timeline and just the politics, appears to make it likely that there won't be a clarity about what kind of federal support is coming California's way until after the need to close out a state budget. And then, as Dr. Smith, I think, alluded to a few minutes ago, that means we're looking at a state budget that is predicated on the possibility that funding will not be forthcoming, and how we're going to just plan and work around that would be of some interest to me, because it's not an inconsequential amount of money, even for a state this size. My recollection is it's something like 14-15 billion, if I remember the numbers from our slide right.
Right. It's going to be a great challenge and a significant risk for local governments, including ourselves. As you well know, the state legislature has been pretty good recently on getting a budget on time for various reasons I won't go into. But the federal government, I don't think, has had a regular budget for many years, and they have no real obligation to do that. So they're not limited time-wise by any legal constraints. They're only limited by political constraints. And the likelihood, I think it's fair to say, that they will actually make a commitment that will satisfy the triggers. I mean, eliminate the triggers by the middle of June is, I think, close to zero. So the state will have to make a difficult decision, and obviously the governor and the legislature will make that together about whether to actually implement the triggers or to let them stay, or let the funding stay in place, believing that the federal money will come. If they implement the triggers, that puts the board and us in a enormously difficult position, because that all of the triggers focus on health and human services funding and some other stuff that's critical to our system. And without revenues to make up that deficit, or reserves to make up that deficit, we'll be forced into a position where we'll have to make reductions that could, in fact, be refunded later on by the state. So it will be a real challenge at that point.
Thank you. I think the a couple of observations consistent, I think, with observations of Supervisor Wasserman. The first is, I think that we have what I'll call compounded uncertainty, the uncertainty of what kind of recession we're rolling into, and various analysts and reports to our board have suggested it could be a V-shaped recession, meaning that, you know, there's a bounce back pretty quickly. Could be a U-shaped recession, meaning that we go down and then we stay in that trough for a little while, but come back up again pretty quickly. Or it could be an L-shaped recession, God help us, which means it goes down and just stays flat for a good long time. So because this isn't a typical macroeconomic recession, it seems to me we're a bit of a loss to know what it is we're planning for. And then that, of course, is compounded by the trigger cuts that may or may not come to fruition, and we won't know we won't even know when we'll know, as I hear you describe it, and as I do some reading on my own. I think then that, to get to the points that Supervisor Wasserman made that I would underscore, one is, I do think we're going to need to be sort of briefed, not extensively necessarily, but more frequently than has been our custom and practice. Just because I think we're going to get a case of whiplash, frankly. You know, one minute we'll think something's happening, the next minute it won't, then it'll be on again, off again. So I think we have to plan for uncertainty, but I also think that we need to be asking staff to keep us regularly updated on what the lay of the land looks like in terms of federal action, state action, and economic activity, any or all of which could be driving us. The other thing I would say, and I'm not disagreeing at all with the decision to use one-time reserves, which you characterize as an unusual approach, given the uncertainty. But the other thing I would say, and I didn't have the challenge of being at the county when we had the Great Recession. I had the challenge of being at the state, and I came away with a very clear belief that delay only makes a bad problem worse. So if we've got to confront it, as painful as it is, we need to confront it sooner rather than later, whatever the it is. And I know that board members, I feel sure, myself included, will resist some of that, but we just really need you to continue to make the case for why timely action is important, because it's a cliche, but deferred maintenance only makes things worse, and failure to address structural budget deficits will only make things worse going forward. I think those are probably my two observations.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor, for bringing that up. I wanted to make a couple of comments about your discussion about the type of recession. I'm really happy you brought that up because it does certainly point out the risk we have involved in the future here, near and far. Given the worldwide downturn in the economy that happened, or that was happening just before COVID, many people were predicting an L-shaped recession. Certainly nobody was thinking that it was going to be triggered by COVID. Historically, pandemics have triggered a W-shaped recession, which is basically two L's, which is a disaster where you have a large drop and it stays there for a while, and it pops up a little bit, and then a large drop again, and then it stays there for a while. So that's being talked a lot about in the economic literature about COVID, and I think it's definitely something we have to be prepared for and watch carefully for.
Thank you. So I think I'm now going to Susan. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Jeff, the questions that I want to ask are a little bit kind of more philosophical, just to set a tone here. And since we are not really talking about specific numbers yet, I feel like this is a good time to level set with that. Can you talk about within the discretionary spending, where we do have some say, how will you recommend prioritizing spending?
The types of priorities that we focused on within discretionary spending have to do with prior established services. So typically what we would do is recommend size reductions in certain services that have been committed to by the board, but not committed to at a particular level of service. So being specific, for example, the hospital or social services, where there is some discretion to decrease the extent of the service. We also have the ability to do the same in some of the general government areas, probation, the finance department, re-entry, those kinds of things, where we've offered a more robust set of services than we're typically required to do. Now, I don't like saying any of this because we will vigorously try to find ways to avoid that completely, but you know, we can't really cut the non-discretionary funding significantly. And if we do, it usually just means that we eliminate a service. It doesn't give us any benefit to the general fund, obviously.
Right. Right, that's why I wanted to focus my question on that, the discretionary general fund dollars, discretionary.
So, yeah, so it's mostly, you know, on that third slide, mostly all those departments that are below there. No, go back. Next, there, stop, no. One more back, that one. There.
Yep.
Everything listed at
in the bottom.
Right. Those are the things, those are the departments where we have the most discretion. That's sadly where we have to look.
So that's the bucket that I'm asking about. How within that bottom row, would you prioritize spending? You answered that a little bit. And do you feel that we know or have a sense of what services are most important and vital to our community members?
Well, what we typically do, and we would continue to do this time, is we'd ask each department to come up with a reduction plan. And typically what we would do is ask for 2 or 3 different options. One with a target that's somewhat low, one with a medium presumption, which is typically what we end up accepting, and one with a very severe reduction. We ask them to make their recommendation based on changing dynamics of the service that they provide. Some reductions typically can happen without any reduction in service, but obviously not to the extent we're talking about here. But usually then we set them up in a priority setting after much discussion with the department heads and the administrative staff, and then we present them to the board with a copy of everything that the departments have suggested. We make our recommendation based on what we think are the highest or lowest priorities within that department, and the board obviously decides what is the highest priority, because we only make a recommendation, the board has to finalize it.
Sure. You mentioned that the departments, you ask them each to give several options based on degrees of austerity. Does that mean that you essentially create a worst case budget scenario in addition to a most likely scenario? Does it go that far?
Yes, because we realize that the board's not going to have a whole lot of time to respond to changes that we see in our revenue projections. So we have to be prepared when we come to the board for a worst case scenario and a best case scenario and one in between.
So my last question is, in addition to what you'll present to us for consideration and approval, the time leading up to that, essentially between now and August, how do you envision equipping us to provide input on what should be funded in the budget? We haven't had a cohesive priority setting session or conversation yet. A lot of those decisions are going to have to be made before we have that. Before we have any sort of conversation about priorities going forward. What else do you think would be useful to us to have, to be able to review and to really understand well prior to getting the recommended budget?
Well, the recommended budget will be in the next 2 weeks, and we'll expect during that discussion and approval to go through the budget in some significant great detail and tell you where we're thinking from an administrative perspective we should focus our attention. But I agree with Supervisor Simidian that we should come back more frequently to discuss the budget. However, we have the problem with July, so we might, since we're all on the web, I hate to even say this, but luckily I'm not physically where you are, so you can't throw anything at me. But we probably should have some kind of meeting in July where we at least have the opportunity to give you some progress report about the budget.
Right.
Whether it's actually a meeting or just a major off agenda or a podcast or something where you can be updated.
Well, We're all sheltering in place, so for better or worse, no one's going anywhere. Thank you. I appreciate your responses, Dr. Smith.
Great point. Great point, Susan. Supervisor Cortese?
Well, that was me throwing something at Jeff. Obviously, we got all the work on our hands to do, so totally understandable. Is Gary Graves still around? Or is he off the line now?
No, I'm still here.
Hello, Gary. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Going back to what we've learned from lived experience, you referenced that a little bit, and I'm sure either you or Dr. Smith can respond to this, but I know you're particularly involved in watching how, during the last recession, things did not move forward evenly, I guess, in different sectors. It wasn't the same as this, but one thing that was similar is that some sectors were still prospering, relatively speaking, and some were just, whatever wasn't prospering seemed to be completely crashed in terms of macroeconomics, but even within the county itself, there was not only a sense of that, but sort of a reaction or a response to that. And what I remember is that maybe similar to where we're going to be with this situation is that the health and hospital system itself not only stayed relatively strong in terms of revenue versus expenses, but we actually kept investing in it during that period of time, which is a rare indication in a deep recession that things are going pretty well in a particular area, in a particular enterprise area, if you want to call it that you're actually hiring people, not laying people off. Can you respond to that? Would you expect that have you looked at this enough and talked to Dr. Smith enough to think that maybe at least that piece will track along? Obviously, the need for healthcare is still at a premium, and that's a huge percentage of both our FTE and our revenue expense side on the budget here.
I think that's what makes this situation so difficult, because clearly, this crisis, the most important thing the county needs to do is to make sure the resources are available to address the crisis. And obviously, in 2008, the situation was a little different. The hospital at that particular time had substantial reserves. And so what we did in a couple of those years was actually to draw reserves out of the hospital. Mm-hmm. Now, after the fact, we realized that that was a problem because we ended up with some cash issues, if you recall. This time around, the hospital no longer carries those kinds of reserves. Number one. Number two, one of the first things that Jeff asked me to look at was our cash situation, and we're in a much stronger cash situation. So I think the problem is that in addition to all that, you've just expanded your health system by adding 2 hospitals. Those hospitals right now look, to be in the process of working through some issues, because I know one of the things, that you're going to see in the recommended budget is an increase in the subsidy, partially because revenues have not made it to the level that were anticipated even before the crisis hit. So there's a lot of moving parts here that make this situation as complicated and concerning. Because, the hospital, obviously being such a large part of the budget, has been a place where, recommendations have been made to reduce costs. And I think there is probably ways to do that wouldn't particularly impact services, but it's not going to be nearly enough, based on all of the threats that are out there, especially, from the state and federal government. So, So, it's kind of a difficult answer. Clearly, I think, and the budget that you will see recommended protects, the hospital and health services, because we're still in the middle of this crisis, and there's really no other reasonable option there.
Is back on the job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that response. Let me just ask.
Joe,
Telling adults.
Joe, I'm going to put you on mute.
Thank you.
Maybe I can also jump in and
Sure.
say something also in response to Supervisor Cortese's question. You're absolutely right. Back in 2008 through 2011, there was good reason to be more positive about revenues for the hospital because of ACA and the transition and reform of healthcare, which we could predict was going to increase our revenue. Now we have a situation where obviously the federal government, the president has been trying vigorously to defund healthcare reform and has been focusing the supplemental money from COVID to private hospitals. So I think you probably read that private hospital chains who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars got an extra $5 to $10 billion from COVID when they weren't even responding to COVID. But because of that, puts Medi-Cal at risk, which is our major funding source. And then the state triggers put Medi-Cal at even more risk. I think the only real hope for us to see some increase in funding is from this next CARES Relief Heroes Bill. And also from a local perspective, we currently run the largest system in the county, and at least one of the other hospitals in the county is struggling, so that there's going to be even a greater need for us to be in a sustainable, functional, caring mode. So it's going to be an important, very important function that's going to have a lot of moving pieces constantly for the next 4 years.
Thank you. And through the chair, just a general, I'm going to phrase this as a comment and just maybe balancing the discussion a little bit, I'm not sure, but also as a request for information basically going forward in this budget process. And I hope, and if either Jeff, you or Gary want to respond at all right now, fine. But one of the things that we looked at back then that was very compelling was actually a presentation that Will Lightbourne made to the Board of Supervisors, really making the argument that the multiplier effect or the cascading effect of investment, the kind of investment that we were doing, safety net investment, was the best thing that we could possibly do in terms of counter-cyclical investment, keeping cash registers going, keeping business going as much as possible. Again, this is a different scenario because we have some sectors that aren't going at all, and then others that are going like crazy. But the basic fundamental premise or the philosophical distinction is, to what extent do you want to bet on countercyclical investment and getting dollars out there in keeping people employed versus as basically as the largest employer in the county, I might add, on any given day, or versus sort of holding back, to try to avoid, a liquidity issue, or at least a budgetary liquidity issue, if that makes sense. So I've been, the two deepest recessions I've been through in local government, the .com bust, which I thought our mayor at the time, Ron Gonzalez, in the city of San Jose, did a brilliant job of playing the countercyclical investment card and saying, we're going to build libraries. We're going to build, it was a little bit like a miniature Recovery Act, which President Obama did a few years later with this later second recession. But we are going to invest in parks and libraries, in energy plants, in road repairs, and everything that we can do. We're going to bring BART to San Jose. We're going to keep investing on the basis that government's in the role to do that, keep its own people employed, and keep the cash registers, churning out there to some extent. We don't have to follow the rest of the economy down, or hoard our money, which is, arguably not government's fundamental mission. But how do you propose to get that dichotomy before us going forward would be the question, if you want to answer it now. And I'm more than happy to take that response at the next budget session as well.
Well, I can give you my thoughts about it. Clearly, we have to have the money to spend it, but you're absolutely correct. The money that we spend on prevention, on supporting the community, on providing services, is returned to the community sevenfold. If we can prevent somebody from going into the hospital or ending up in foster care or ending up hungry and homeless, we've saved lots of money. As Gary and others and myself always say, also, you can't really book that money. So we're going to have to think about different ways to do things in a more efficient way. Will mean more partnerships. It will mean departments working more closely together. It will mean eliminating redundancies. It will mean rethinking how we do employment. One of the only good things that's come out of COVID is we've realized that telecommuting, as we used to call it, telework, whatever you want to call it, actually works. And that's a way for us to actually do things differently, more efficiently, more effectively, cheaply. So we're going to have to look seriously at really rebuilding the way the county does the job that we do at the same time that we rebuild, I should say, as you tell us how to rebuild the county as a whole, as a region.
Thank you for the responses. Thank you, President Chavez. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Cortez, if I could just add one thing. This budget, I think you're going to see a substantial recommendation to maintain capital spending and technology spending, where in past years where we've had difficult budgets, we've tended to reduce those expenditures. And I think the lesson learned there is that, as you're saying, that kind of investment, I think, can be very helpful in terms of creating jobs. Obviously, there's questions of priority and the use of one-time funds in order to keep the organization moving forward as we're attempting to figure out how to restructure. But I do think that this budget really attempts to build on some of the lessons learned from the past, and that's just one particular item.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you for that. First of all, I want to just thank my colleagues for their thoughtful input. And Gary, it is good to see you back, and we appreciate your help. And I want to thank Greg and Jeff for shaping this discussion. There are a few things, questions that I would like to get feedback from the staff on. And one of them is that I'm intrigued with the new areas of business that we may be forced to go into. And I want to give you a couple of examples. We may see that we have more people who no longer have access to health insurance that are really in need of accessing the accessing the county hospital, our nonprofit clinics, our clinic partners and us, and even our mental health providers, because there is no more health insurance. I mean, that people don't have jobs that allow them to have health insurance, and the structure of the President Obama's healthcare system has been pretty eroded. So that's an area where we may actually have expansion, and I wonder if that has been given thought to that, and if so, are there opportunities for reimbursement if that's the case, and if so, what are the implications of that for the overall budget?
Great question. Part of the preparation that we've been doing over the years included activities like taking on Covered California, which I think was a very important step forward. Obviously, there's challenges to the ACA and there's challenges to state exchanges, but since Valley Health Plan operates the Covered California in our region, or at least one agent of Covered California in our region, and because our rates are lower than others, that will be an attractive product for those individuals in the community who are financially strapped or who lose full coverage from their employment, or who don't qualify for Medi-Cal or Medicare, and will be able to support that. In terms of individuals who really just absolutely lose all services or all insurance, we're always, the county hospital, and we're always there to take care of those people. And the board has recently been working to expand our product line for those individuals so that we get reimbursed in our supplemental Medi-Cal payments, but we don't get premiums for that care. So there are ways that we can try to augment the revenue, but so much of it is dependent upon what the state and the feds actually do and how we can respond to it and how much leverage we have at the state and the federal level, that it's hard to say exactly how we can move forward, only to say that we've positioned ourselves well in the market.
I think that one request that I would make is that as we are moving forward on budget decisions, I'd want to better understand how we're behaving in the marketplace, both our insurance products and our healthcare system overall in those sub-partners, because I think we're going to have to make some very significant decisions, not unlike the ones we made to purchase the hospitals, in terms of how we go forward. I think that's particularly true if other parts of our healthcare system don't thrive in this environment, and if any of them, move in a way that creates more market share, not just for us, but even for the other hospitals or health clinics. So let me just put that in a pin in that for a moment, and then make another observation, and that is that the crisis may create a requirement for us to move into new or expanded lines, market share lines. I mean, by market, I don't mean we're going to make money off of it. I mean that we may not have a choice. And one of them is that if in fact we stay in a flat and we continue to move down from an economic perspective, I think that the need for food is going to stay paramount countywide, and that's something that we're partnering with the city of San Jose to do, but we may have to think about the way we currently engage in that space and what the long-term implications are for that. So for example, would we want to make investments in infrastructure, really significant infrastructure investments in nonprofit partners that are already in that space? For example, Second Harvest Food Bank or the Health Trust, or any of those that are moving thousands of meals. And that's an example of something that we may find ourselves in, both because people don't have health insurance and because there's going to be a lack of resources. I don't need a response to that, but as we vote on the budget, one of the things I'm going to be interested in understanding is whether or not we've considered, if we're the safety net, what safety net services may in fact have to be expanded. I don't need a response to that right now, Jeff, unless you have a thought about that.
Well, mostly I just agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, we're going to have to, I think, everybody is quite well aware that the COVID disaster is going to change the very nature of our society, and we're going to have to redefine what it means to be a safety net, because there'll be new needs and they'll be severe. And so we'll have to rethink about that.
And just along those lines, and this reminded me a little bit of the promotores and kind of the question that Dave asked. I do think that government is going to have to continue to push money into the economy, whatever monies that we have, including keeping our own folks employed. But I also think that we have to be thinking a little bit about how we engage in, new jobs and kind of a WPA thinking about how we make even small investments. That's part of the opportunity, I think, with the promotores item that we discussed earlier. But I've been thinking a lot about how relatively small pots of money invested in targeted communities, if we can't get the federal government to play a leadership role, and I don't know entirely what the state of California looks like they're doing the opposite, which is digging down instead of pushing up, meaning going to the federal government and saying, no, this is not how you treat the 8th largest economy in the country, in the world. Here's what we need from you. I'm sure they're doing that, but it feels like people are starting to get into the fetal position instead of still fighting for more resources. So in any case, I am really interested in us thinking about that, because that may be the only way we can continue to serve CalWorks and our foster youth and others in really protecting their ability to continue to thrive.
One thing that I know the board realizes this, but sometimes I don't think the public realizes this. I think Supervisor Cortese alluded to it, but not only does the board employ 22,000 plus county employees, you're also responsible for negotiating the contract with the IHSS workers, which is another 29,000 individuals. So in terms of the board's leadership in building the economy and keeping people at work, that's a lot of lives to be responsible for.
Thank you for the reminder. I wanted to highlight the point that Supervisor Simidian raised about making sure that we have ongoing board briefings. I also want to request that prior to the next meeting that we have on the budget, that our staffs are all briefed in detail in advance. And then I just had 4 requests that again, I don't need a response to today, but I want to make sure these are part of the budget discussion. One is how we're going to communicate with our workforce and our nonprofit partners and people who contract with us, just so they understand how they can hear and learn more. When you said podcast, it sort of reminded me, Jeff, that actually may be a way to have a conversation, an ongoing set of conversations with our workforce. 2, I am very interested in understanding when the budget comes forward, if we could have something that is pulled out and again reviewed with our staff that looks at the reserve accounts with their description, so we better understand what we're reading in the budget. And then I was excited to hear Gary comment about our cash position being so strong. What it made me curious about was how we're going to manage our cash over the next 18 months, recognizing that there's a big ebb and flow of how money will be coming in, but our cash projections, with and without the COVID money are going to be important to understand how much risk we can take in different areas. So I'm really interested in better understanding that. And then lastly, you know, you said something I thought, or maybe it was Greg that was talking about the units of cost per service, and he was really talking about personnel costs and what it costs us to keep someone doing different kinds of work. And that got me thinking about better understanding the anticipated retirements and which I know is a difficult thing to anticipate, but it will impact OPEB and other things. So I'm interested in that, along with whether or not if we have strategic hiring freezes, you know, what goes into determining where we're freezing and where we keep growing. I mean, if you could just give us your decision-making matrix as you make recommendations to us, that would be very helpful to understand. I know those are complex and they really scaffold on each other, but it would just help me understand, and I think my colleagues and the public, how we're prioritizing resources. So those would be my requests. Any concerns about what I've raised, Dr. Smith?
No, we'll respond to those.
Great. And you're probably already working on all that anyway. So good. Are there any other last comments from my colleagues before we end our meeting? Seeing none. What I want to just say is a big thank you to the staff. We know this has been a long day. And for some board members who started with Health and Hospital at dark 30, and they're still in their chairs thinking and keeping their brains going. We do not have any action on this. It was really just to receive a report. Do we need an action to do that with, because we gave some feedback, James?
That's up to the board.
Oh, then no.
Ma'am,
Okay, then we're good. And we are adjourned. And I want to thank everybody and say have a good evening and appreciate all your thoughtful feedback. And thank you to the staff. Be well, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet.
This concludes our meeting.